Mr. Speaker, apart from that, inflation. He inherited inflation of 15.4%. Today it's 40.4%. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate of the cedi, they inherited $1 at 4 Ghana cedis and indicated to all of us that they have the key to arrest the depreciation of the cedi. Today the cedi is falling and suffering from an epileptic fall. They've lost control of the depreciation. $1 is to 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and when you come to unemployment, probably it has increased from 5.53% to 13.9%. Mr. Speaker, so what has he to show? We are told that he did well, and that we are told that we should blame COVID and Ukraine. Did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? And you want us to accept that your reckless and irresponsible borrowing, which has led us to where we are. We are in a ditch. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian economy is in a ditch. Accept it or not, you may have to restructure debt in order to sustain this economy in the next 2-3 years. I heard the President, Mr. Speaker, speak to the nation and say that there will be no haircut. There will be, and there will be a barber of a sort. That barber may be Scampi barber. It will happen. And it will happen to investment, it will happen to savings, it will happen to bonds that have been issued. Even independent power producers are likely to suffer a restructuring of the debt because how much you owe is colossal.
The discussion about Ghana selling raw beans to the world for a long time has been ongoing, and it's something that most of us actually as adults came to meet. The fact that we need to process more of our chocolate to turn them into chocolate and other confectionaries has been an ongoing discussion. And as Ghana Export Promotion Authority, our mandate is to basically develop and facilitate and promote Ghanaian-made product, including chocolates. And we think that the discussion around processing of our beans couldn't have been put in better context than this. And so this is part of the program that we are having as Ghana Export Promotion Authority to bring in more youth into the processing of cocoa, so that we at least cut back on the raw beans that we've been selling onto the international market. Just 2 days ago I was reading something about Côte d'Ivoire building 100 million processing factory to process their cocoa. About more than 40 to 50% of their cocoa is going to be processed instead of selling the beans in its raw form, and that is what we are also gradually doing. At Ghana Export Promotion Authority, we have had various engagement with the chocolatiers. I think we call them Cocoa Value Addition Association of Ghana, COVAC, and we've been working with them. We started with the ACCE, which is a chocolate expo event that we've had about 2 years running, and this is to build the capacity, I think.
This hasn't got anything to do with disappointment. Surely, I'm feeling sad for those who got injured, especially at the very last stage. And I feel for them. I was a player myself. Now it's to be good and not to be taking part. And this is a big stage, and I'm really sorry for them. That's all. It's pressure. I think pressure, first of all, is privilege. A lot of people would like to be in my position. So the pressure is always there, but I think the pressure is more on the side, because the whole world expects them to win, but I know that we can surprise them, and I think it's very unfair if you don't know the whole story to talk about it. It's very unfair.
Tell us the whole story.
The whole story. So you work with you and your wife at home. Why should I do this? No, it's you know that this is not the way we build a team. We build a team. First of all, it's trust. If I talk about a player, how the players who are then they will think like also the same. Like I will talk about the player, he did this bad or did this wrong or whatever. It's not good. This is not the way you build a team. We have a chance to win against every team in the world if we are a team, if we stick together, if the players have trust in me and I can trust them. I see them every weekend. This is the first thing. The second thing is it was a whole process. It's not like, and it started even before. Our president was very, very, hardworking, like to get all these players. Not like the players just drop into me. He proposed them and he was talking to them, and then at the last stage I come in. So it's a lot of hard work to convince players to come and play for Ghana, but at the end it's their decision. So, and also it's a little bit complicated because surely I have to look at every player. So I have to look at players from the local league, I have to look at players from Europe who are already there, and then also and it's difficult to satisfy all. I know that I will disappoint some players, this is for sure, but I think everybody tried his best to get the best squad possible. It's performance. It's performance. It's not about local players or non-local players. It's performance. It's training. In the training, some may say, "Oh, this is just 3-4 days of training," but some players and this is like what I want to tell everybody. Like you can impress me within 1, 2, 3 days if I see that you adapt to and you show that what I want to see, and then also put in your own style. It's really brilliant. This was, let's say a player like Osman Bukari, when we played against Nigeria, before he was on standby due to injuries, he came inside, and in the training I was like, okay, he convinced me. I know that I can put him in. And he showed it in the game, I think, against Nigeria, and did well. Like I said before, we have to take step by step. Versus the first match could be very crucial. So we do our best to win against Portugal. It will be very, very difficult, but it's possible. And I'm confident with the squad that we can do it. And then from this, we continue. But we have to take it step by step. And if we survive the group stage, at the end it depends on who we get also. And sometimes it's inches. If the ball goes post inside, post outside, this one we can't control. But we try to prepare the players as much as possible, and then I think we can have a successful World Cup. I think the how we will go on the team on this game will very much be determined on how we played previous matches, the first 2 matches, because if it's different if we need a win, if we need a draw, if we are already through whatsoever. So we have to wait and see what demands this game will give us, and then we will see how we go on this game. But I think to talk about revenge, it's a little bit difficult because it's a long time ago, and we want to win every match, no matter who.
The Black Star squad is finally out. 26-man squad announced by the head coach Otto Addo, and Ghana are in Group H of the World Cup with Portugal, Uruguay, and then South Korea. Ghanaians are hoping that the Black Stars will go past the quarterfinals, which has been Ghana's best finish in the World Cup. And as Sports Minister said in Parliament, the target is to reach the semi-finals. Now the 26-man squad is out, and we are on the street of Accra to ask some Ghanaians what they think about the squad. Do they believe in the squad that they can go all the way to the semi-finals, which is the target for the team? My name is Emmanuel Enin, and this is Sports Debate on GhanaWeb TV. So let me start with this gentleman. Around here, squad net me about out. Now our names ne wo woman na when it John.
Even then you say no mind one no and I buy him say we don't know what I think is all the band temocra, but inclusion I'm managing way than the free ban here. And I feel so than Lad Ibrahim. I think say we be said than Lad our fat Ghana your ranks in under 17, under 20, under 23, Black Meteors, local blaster and VBNT. Say they say blaster proper na do so I think say who deserve and I go where you defenders now the likes of Salisu Mohammed or where the modern EP on him as compared to other players like Joseph Fedu say Setavigo or Bonomodin Pano where your midfielders the likes of Pate Kofichre. I think say a squad near and I know say people go for a can about players be want to make it to the squad, but every country they I think some more experience where the likes of Brazil and Portugal, Mokrano, Argentina, moi. On me see players if you are in the office and committing Kubi and Kaya. The first squad, I think say okay, and you wait my you one a day for no. So me you hear one side, I'm about more than my mind, and I feel get my Kosiama.
We had team where I bet me agree.
Oh, where your blasters now? Where countries now air corner? Your countries be say Argentina, Portugal. Now, more some place where my boss since 2010. My bomb watch, but we team na make us say I feel na ye team no. Intimidate me expectation World Cup where they form. We team a AFCON team. You have to bet for the AFCON and yet World Cup. I think say by you to advance from the group stage. Na make us say yeah. So I just about per team na cry no. Any squad na air no new players na under we room need there. Me Gini say bit me atra group stages na and me doubt Accra into me.
Right. So he is satisfied with the names in the squad list, but his expectations are low regarding the quality we have at the Black Stars. What do you also think? Let me know in the comment section as I engage some Ghanaians on the street of Accra. We are at Circle now. Boss, what you know as I was saying, any squad, any players. Also, as I'm a bit me, I can found.
Oh, say that me and the kind squad in the one no, and I the near Jumpa, me near Jumpa. The lad ni Fie Bania area Mabimuno, which says bring back the love or the league no Faswa Abim. Aside that in the squad na Ekitano good and you're bad. Ekita squad and Casacasa. Me to my expectation idea. Me who say Ghana. You qualify a group na who Siciano. You better be a group no. Sana Mimi Huno. The expectation is you better be a group no. Group stage.
All right, so this man believes in the squad. He says that the Ghana Black Stars will top their group. Group. Remember, Ghana are in Group H with South Korea, Uruguay, and then Portugal. So we are still engaging some Ghanaians on the streets. And okay, now let me speak to this gentleman. Around here, squad net Timiaba, Dimbe Brina, Nabem, Free Bani, and Danlad Munina. As a man, I bet me I can't find.
As a coach, I had there, say, or this squad and number. Now, I believe in the squad and not do my band to the own baby. But problem by Kubina or say, keep on Jojo Alako to the and Pesoba, my young say, or pillows. And the Emmy the power, only papa, no any problem, seriously. Yeah, so Jojo Alako to keep on only problem. But since that, Omunina, my idea. Yeah, bumpire in Pibons better because Ghana knew where I am. And in Pibo better, my BBI successfully.
We are group you bet me to say.
Oh, group no, you woman also the make us say, yeah, Quebec anymore. Oh, Ebeco anymore, I believe. Ebeco anymore. Yeah, you be calling him. Yeah, the Parliamentary better actually.
Okay, let me engage this gentleman here. Squadless net me about. Asema na beti me aka found.
Oh, Ghana for a bonia for pa. There wala koto aya ama nyina ama bonechi ani yenikipa. Oplayan so a wankobi amo sanka enti yen omoden. Squad in the amo deserve ani afrom na no an wanya bi amba next 4 years. Obeba. Why?
To support the Black Stars.
Black Star and there.
Would you deserve it to me?
I be kakra be. Squad no say squad we the problem of among bonche come abacha ke different thing altogether but among bonche no by stone am kwambe prove baby.
So this gentleman the gentleman was talking about the Black Stars, and he believes that the team is okay, and he believes that Joseph Olokot was a good goalkeeper, but unfortunately he is not going to make the final squad, and he is not in the final squad because he has gotten an injury. So it seems there's some optimism about the Black Stars. Ghana in Group H playing against Portugal, Uruguay, and then South Korea. We are hoping that the Black Stars will make it out of the group. This is GhanaWeb. You are watching GhanaWeb. You are still gathering some reactions from some Ghanaians regarding the Black Stars collab that was announced today. Bosu, I mean, reaction kakra. What say Black Stars squad list ni announced? Asemana we kapon.
Oh, so far let's know that a good man. Yes, we the Empire Bobe and better machina match no so mo ko mo sunyo mo yo mo nyede mo bobo ni nyede. E man, so far let's know that there. You okay with that?
To say Black Stars be doing.
Oh, so far yentimi anji cap kan yetimi do semi final. Ye be hu say ya ebi. Enti yes so the love na or hot that no. E be den e be tell machi. Na omunko di nkunim from Ghana.
Okay. So as I said earlier, people are very confident. They have confidence in their team, and they are very pleased with the names in the Otuado's collab. And they believe that Ghana can make it out of the group. And just as you heard from the man, he is saying that the Black Stars can make it to the semi-final. So we are still talking about the Black Stars squad. It was announced today, and we have our 26-man squad ready for the World Cup. So let me know what you also think in the comment section as you watch us live on GhanaWeb TV.
Cecilia may hear squad. I think say squad. But one particular player when they come many Baba Rahman undeserved collab. Ghana yeah fair because you never go you forget sa protocol no. So I say because Baba Rahman won't deserve it so about collab this time around. Because on your time, on your playing time. All I say, Obi anytime you are called, that be amboying. You say, I go on for that guy, Jeffrey Shop, and that pencil guy now, man from Akono, a Hygiene pa. All I say, a Hygiene. But keep on so. I say, first keeper no want me uncle, but then last you can make it. Also, bet my baby. Ghana, yes, you are. Oh well, you bet me go far. I think you bet me go far. You bet me do semi-final. Yeah, you bet me do semi-final. Okay, sure.
So this gentleman raised some concerns about Baba Rahman. He says Baba Rahman shouldn't be in our squad, and he believes that players like Joseph Pencil and Jeffrey Shlob should be in the squad, but unfortunately they are not in the squad. But he is hopeful that the Black Stars will go all the way to semi-finals. Bosu, Black Stars squad in Suwahun.
Me squad in there, Baba Rahman, no lie. Baba Rahman for Yanko Babia. Omaji Skakeke, no more than a shame, no lie. Baba Rahman, they only deserve a collab. That's all. So corruption the doors, so don't.
Okay, so his concern is about Baba Rahman, and he believes that Baba Rahman shouldn't be in the squad.
Oh, squad in there, but the player deserve to say no can squad Baba Rahman. Baba Rahman there, you top team your born and then performance class and so forth. So Baba Rahman there be there undeserved, and none be to a car found.
na obi anima wa ya money dia wa eyo nwa kakra
obi a money dia one the squad in there me okimam enough this is Ghana ebetu akoye ni
GDS ebetumi akoye ni
ebetu akoye ni we akoye ni ese ebetu ebekoye ni pa
boss my who say wo share Daniel Amati or Twitter enti minimum so ahwe Black Star Squad no asema na betumi aka fa
well after me check you Black Star or moyi wo Twitter but me yenti na me check I hope say they will perform well. Okay. If you come on Jekra, at least they should do better. Okay. That's what I'm expecting.
All right. It you feel say Daniel Abanti friend say Danladi Daniel Afriyie Ankrah and no what say dem say omo call tap ni bia then they send it.
Well, we need fresh people. We say old ones you who almost this is the time we need new people in the game so that we can see difference. So we are hoping say they will perform well.
Now Joseph Pinto more match goals near the obi to say Jeffrey Slope or Bobo Bamidi or no so.
Well, as I said earlier on, we need fresh people. You who almost Anthony. Where this is the time we need to let the young ones come inside. Now you who almost more talent, almost more by your model to issue your more time and so much so more your more dating. Your more kind almost so or more your do to me. Okay, thank you.
So he believes that we should make way for fresh names in the Black Star Squad, and indeed, Otuado's squad there were a lot of fresh names in the squad. Somebody like Kamal Soa, he is going to the World Cup and he has received his maiden Black Star Scholar. So we are looking forward to how he will perform and impact Black Star Squad at the World Cup. On the streets of Accra, some Ghanaians are pleased with the names, and there hasn't been, too much complaints about the names in there. Players like Baba Rahman, concerns have been raised regarding his call-up, and some has also complained about Jeffrey Sloop and Joseph Pinto's omission from the Black Star.
Local players in the mood, but to say be a keeper in the because only confident on bet match.
Oh, Jojo Walcott.
Oh, Jojo Walcott, that be the land Americano. Okay. You know, so we play. Only then can you keep a beer or confidence in the land and Kaye? Because on that big tournament. Oh, now I'm going to play the power in the club. Woman jump. Press I won't come one and keep us away. Ghana the keeper. And now when you're there. Only now confident on that big tournament in the moon. That's the problem. Press media shall be say Baba man. Wait. Premiership when you watch bench. We saw Ghana Blaster. Premiership want to be more. And look what the bench. We saw Ghana Blaster. I don't no matter Ghana Mangan. Obia Penocoto company from going up and go to Kum. Selection you'll be a place on the back. Oberconic coach need the bear 5. The rest need Obi start just floor for Simon wake up. Obi bo first 11. Otumi bo Memphis, Otumi defense. Ade play ben person no wake up. Press no mo koi one and Memphis and I say one of your defense floor.
A place in there come okay, but see a keep person, so 3 keepers in there, massa. Me need and that's all. Because one thing I say on say the first keeper now on my piano. Also, I'm international. But local players, no, I have a crowd. No, what I say, hey, almost so crowd. Into the place in there, me okay, but keepers in there. In fact, I have Black Star Ankrah. Oh, send you my into the yeah, one time, you're funny, sir. Oh, you qualify for first group in there, group stage in there, you qualify. What I say, no moment say free money high, you be it, and the idea, Ghana, Metomachi.
What drop is up? Anyway, me, Black Stars, go for 3 Panamanian, come Jordan. Jose Walcott, I'm the one who be the Yamiasi. Me and a poem here news and news, or going to Japan and see crossing. say rather than was because the reflexes only timing back say to me the name the credit back Baba man what drop a shop at the Baba man play out me 2 or to me 3 or to me wings o drop here on Baba Medford o drop here on at the Baba man I'm going to come here on say starting match no but me say just enough from that position time best start my mid door mine but it's really not as a pro in terms of seeing na masa
when the squad me problem me one striker now my friend every ban onu blaster say and very blaster ondru here you are trying about anye local blaster or good but onu say and very blaster you want that striker say financial money ade o mo anya afne ko try players you hear players o mo board everybody nyina come dey achiri every ban and the problem no pa on ko yehwe say scan imagine no mo den ko dey ya enka achiri o mo nyine mfi Dalade okay keep us in there okay here no every ban in there yes penance but onu blaster you who be that more hype no too much
Baba Rama o modern ko de enye baako wo David Strong obi a o team bomb Medford or strike na mo je ono o mo so omu ade enti mo mfa ne nko omu ade enti mo mfa ne nko black man ne nko bobo no se omu ade enti etu ususu blaster se nko eni o kwai hefa blaster hefa na uko o qualify kro enyame qualify kro qualify no on qualify Ghana qualify team be na question no start by South Korea blah South Korea
well squad ne die me fi say Ghana die one no na emom no local players na e do mo kono eye kwan bi so na eye eno kra ejinja local boys no amba omo performance no omo improve no say de be ya another time ono so benya call up say ya call work up na say ya mfa local player bi anka ho me fi say entwa yie eti adu maka ho no eye na emom no eno so nkire say player bi Afriyie Ankrah say so we Joseph Pente no ball omo ball mo club enye Afriyie Ankrah size ground one because ono local our boy no na ya dey happen no we league ya boy ya ni performance bi enu one ma or perform o na emom ye make ma kan say yes say local players no mienu no ya dey o ma wuram se be ya e be jinja local boys no amom so o ma yiro mo for future na emom no the American say Ghana for mamu ya ba mu yemfa ye support entire blaster na chi because utie Ghana for na obi wa say na yenkoyehu but we blaster work up me ensa ya kono a ebia ye beko bia ye perform wonders omo see ye free but yenwen mass entimo me afa ejidi enta blaster chi that's
okay. So as I said earlier, people are optimistic about the Black Stars and people like the names in there, but there are some players that many have complained about, and one is Baba Rahman, two is Jeffrey Schlopp's omission in the squad, and some are optimistic that Black Stars will make it out of the group. Others are also saying that Ghana can't make it out of the group, and yes, in Qatar, we will find out whether Black Stars will make it out of the group or not. The target for the team is to reach the semi-final. So we are hoping that the team will achieve that target. This is where we draw the curtains on today's sports debate, and it was reaction to the Black Stars call-up, which was announced earlier today by the Black Stars head coach, Otto Addo. My name is Emmanuel Enin.
Welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Today, we are interacting with another candidate vying for the NDC General Secretary. Before we meet our guests, let's take a break. My name is Edward Smith Anamali. Welcome back. Our guest today is Mr. Elvis Afriyie Ankrah. For those who don't know him, we are in the World Cup year. I guess you've heard a lot about him. For those who know him, he's the man that when he says Joe Boy, it's only one name that comes to mind. Jerry John Rawlings. Mr. Afriyie Ankrah, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad to be on your program today.
The honor is ours. First of all, how is life treating you?
Oh, generally things are very tough. But if you believe in God like I do, no matter the storms and the challenges, God will see you through. So it's tough, it's difficult. Things are very difficult for people. And I mean, when I'm in my car with my driver, we have all kinds of discussions, you know. You see these young men and women running by the roadside. And I ask myself, so this face mask or this chewing stick and this and that they are selling, how much do they make in a day? How do they pay rent? How do they eat if they have hospital problems? So it's not easy. And I think that as a society, we need to be more caring and sensitive about the needs of the underprivileged. But that's another conversation for another day.
Since 2016, the battle has been the Lord's. I don't know if you still don't follow the Lord or you forgot where the Lord's path is for it to be that difficult for you.
I think that in our part of the world, I am a believer. I don't shy from it at all. I believe in God and I believe in prayer and everything. But there are things that we can do as human beings that doesn't need God. So let's allow God to do the things that he should do and the things that he has given us the faculty, the ability and the grace and everything, to be able to do. We should do it and stop bothering God with some, things that we are responsible for. I think it's highly inappropriate. We have land, we have sunshine 365 days a week, we have so many things. So there are things that we should be able to do as a people and as individuals. There are things, of course, that are beyond, the God factor, but hey, let's not put everything on God. No, it's not right.
Okay. I mean, you have a very rich profile, former sports minister, deputy local government minister, a former deputy general secretary. What will you tell us about yourself? For instance, if somebody is watching us for the first time, what do you want them to know who Elvis Afriyie Ankrah is?
Okay, so Elvis Afriyie Ankrah is a Ghanaian. My mother comes from the Keta district, Achiavi to be precise. My mother's father is from Dodi Papasi, so that's Akan, that's Oti region, and my father is from Ahenema Kokobeng. So technically I'm from 3 regions, actually I'm from 3 regions. And of course we are told that the Ankrahs have their roots in Otublom, so if you add that, then maybe I'm from 4 regions. So I'm a full Ghanaian.
Yes.
And I come from a family, my grandfather was a very wealthy farmer and hunter in Akan, so that's the background I come from. But I grew up in the village with my grandmother, so that's why I'm able to connect with people from various very low backgrounds. I grew up like a very normal village boy. They carried me on the back to the farm, to the market and all that. Before I came to Accra, to come to class 1 at St. Michael's Preparatory, and then from there, But my political career started on the campus of the University of Ghana. I was elected president of the Student Representative Council, SRC, in 1994.
Yeah.
And I had the privilege of serving the student body from 1994 to 1996, because in my tenure, the lecturers were on strike for 1 year. So instead of 1 year tenure, I had 2 years. And then we did quite a bit. We established Radio Universe. It was during my administration that we established Radio Universe. In fact, Radio Universe was called Voice of Legon, and our frequency was 99.7. which Joy is using now. But at that time, we did not understand the frequency, politics, and that frequency was rich. So when Dr. Rokuboge did his Radio Eye thing, then it was shut down together with his.
Yeah.
And we threatened a massive valuta, and eventually it was given back to us. But then it changed to the current frequency, 105.7. So then from there, I contested for and won as the NUC's coordinating secretary. So the secretary job, I started it long ago. And then after that, I worked in the private sector. I was a sales and marketing executive with Mechanical Lloyd. We sell BMW, Range Rover, Land Rover, So I'm a salesman. That's one of the strengths that I have. I can sell anything. In fact, I can sell snow to the Eskimo because we are trained to sell. And it's not easy getting people to part with 100,000, 150,000 for those luxury cars in those days. But in a year, we're selling 40, 50 cars. So we were trained to do that. And then in the year 2000, I was prevailed upon to contest for the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency as a parliamentary candidate. So I didn't even go for primaries because, there were issues with that election in 1996 because of the previous election, the previous MP, and the matter went to courts. So it was anticipated that it would not be strategic for her to go again. So I went, and it was a very interesting experience. And then after that, I went to do my master's in international relations. When I came back, I was on the verge of, I had actually gone to ECOWAS to put in an application for a job in ECOWAS. And I was expecting a response because I had spoken to Dr. Chambers and all that. And then Mr. Tuahwe called me and said he wanted me to be the deputy campaign spokesperson for the Prof. Samuel's presidential primaries. It was a very difficult decision to make. Go to ECOWAS, go and earn some good dollars, because I had studied international relations, so that had been my interest. Work with an international agency, ECOWAS, AU, or the United Nations. So local politics was not part of my plan. And he said, go and do this thing for us. And after several months, I eventually agreed, because he told me something. He said, if you go to your ECOWAS or your UN, and after 15 years you come back to Ghana, don't you know you'll be a stranger? And your colleagues would have gone ahead of you. So what will happen to all the experience you gathered as SRC President NUCS? So that really got me thinking. So I took up the challenge. And so myself, Ludwig, and Rojo, we went around with Prof. Samuels around the whole Ghana. We went to almost every city, town, village, every nook and cranny. It was a very, very eye-opening experience. And that is where I gathered a lot of data and network with the grassroots. So my phone now, I have about 12,000 contacts on my phone. 80% of them are party people. And these are not people that I just know. I know them personally.
12,000 contacts?
Yes.
That you actively engage?
Yes, and I'm on about 400 platforms.
400 platforms?
Yes.
So you have enough battery for that?
Well, so that's why it's constantly on charge. You see, I'm surrounded by power banks and different kinds of power banks,
Oh, wow.
And my phone keeps going off. I keep changing them. Almost every 6 months I have to change the phone because the phone gets tired. Anyway, so we did that, and then Prof. Samuels won the primaries. Then in 2004, I was made the deputy campaign manager for the Mills campaign. Professor Alabi was a campaign manager, and I was his deputy.
But in that campaign, I quite remember you were very, very active.
Yes.
Until I think later on that I got to even know Alabi was leading. I always thought you were the one leading the campaign.
Yes. Because he was then the pro-vice chancellor of UPSA.
Yeah.
And so he had to juggle the two. So in certain times, when he was on holidays, then he would join the campaign full time. But during school time, he wasn't in front. So I was virtually running. But we had a very, very solid relationship. I reported to him every day, morning, evening.
Yeah.
And there's a lesson in that, loyalty.
Yes.
Because people say, oh, now you are in charge. I said, no, I was not appointed campaign manager. He is my boss. And it paid off, because after that election, then in 2005, I contested for and won as the Deputy General Secretary at the Kofodia Congress.
Yes, yes.
So when we came back, I was put in charge of operations. And we were in opposition. We had been in opposition from 2000, you know. So, and I believe that you must always work, earn your keep. So I applied for a job at UPSA. And at that time it was IPS. And then on the panel was, of course, Prof. Salabi. who I had been loyal to.
Yes, so he paid you back with the job.
You know, of course I was qualified, but I mean, can you imagine if there had been a frosty relationship and I had been arrogant and disrespectful to him? You know, that now I'm in charge. I'm sure I wouldn't have gotten that job, irrespective of my qualifications. Because you don't only get the job because of your qualifications, but other factors as well.
Yes, certainly.
And so I was head of English and Communications Department. For me, I think that was one of my most exciting periods in my life, from 2005 to 2009, when I was a full-time lecturer, and I was also a full-time Deputy General Secretary in charge of operations. So teaching students, you know, supervising their dissertations and all that. Great experience. You learn a lot. You develop your intellectual capacities as well. And then at the party front, because I was in charge of operations, being in charge of operations for a party means that everything from electoral issues to strategy to security or even fundraising were within my domain. And I worked very closely with somebody like Captain Kojo Chikata.
Yeah.
And we won that election. And then I was appointed as Deputy Minister for Local Government, which I also, I think, handled to the best of my ability. My office on Fridays, it was called the clinic, because I had a peculiar problem. Unlike many of the other ministers, I had come from a place where I had very strong relations with the party and the grassroots. So when people come from Tamale, Sunyani, Afiade, wherever they come, they don't know anybody. It's me they will come to. So usually on Fridays, you see scores of people in my office. It was very difficult, you know, and initially they were coming almost every day, but we had to put in a system that, look, Fridays from 3 o'clock, if you want to see me, you can come. So Fridays, one time, I think we counted 120 people.
At the time?
Yeah, 120. And my policy was that I'll see everybody. And in between, you have to work. Your minister sends you a file. You have to work on it. You know, something, you have to go for a meeting. And they'll wait. And then I'll finish and I'll see every single person. Everybody. Every single person. That's how I manage them. And I think it helped, because when, may God rest his soul, Professor Samuel passed away by June 2012. And after the funeral, September, I was made the campaign coordinator.
July. Right?
July. You know, it wasn't difficult for me, because I had already established very solid relationships with the party grassroots. So then, of course, we won that election as well. And then I was made a Minister of Sport. The president gave me 2 mandates: qualifiers for the World Cup, and also restructure the youth front. And that includes the Youth Employment Agency. You know?
Yes.
Oh, no, NYEP.
NYEP, yes.
National Youth Employment Program. Now, what the story that has not been told is that it is our government, under the direction of President Mahama, led by me, that streamlined and restructured the GIDA program. So it's an irony when people rather tend to actually lambast the NDC government for GIDA.
But it was the same GIDA program that was fraught with some issues of corruption, for which I think 2 people eventually had to go to jail.
It was the NYEP, okay?
Yeah, but if you had done it so well...
No, hold on. So we had the NYEP. When we took office, we found so many issues with the NYEP, starting from when it was established. See, the problem was the way it was established, the structures and the systems that were in place. There was no clear-cut mode of financing. So the financing was haphazard. When bills accumulate, you have to go to finance ministry and go and lobby and then get paid. We introduced a tax component, money from a source that will be coming regularly. Ways in which contracts are awarded. it was a situation where the service providers would rather bring the contracts. We changed that. We said service providers can no longer bring contracts. The institution itself will sit down and then source of contract and no more sourcing.
Yeah.
So we actually restructured it. But by then, the issues were already there. But the focus was on those issues. And of course, there were exaggerations. Things like, what do you call it, guinea fowls flying. There was nothing like that. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Those were some of the exaggerations that occurred.
But those were things that were said by people.
Yes, of course. Many things are said by people, but I'm telling you on the record that those are not facts, okay? It will amaze you if you go and find that document and you look at it and you look at the things we put in place, the restructuring, you'll be amazed. But anyway, so those were the two mandates. And then, of course, the World Cup, which we qualified for, beat Egypt. Then things started happening, you know. Some of the things I heard was that I was becoming too powerful, I was becoming too popular, and all kinds of things, you know. So long and short is that what people do not know is that behind the facade of what happened in Brazil, there were machinations behind it.
I know a lot of people have talked about Brazil and then the bitter part of it and things like that, but for you, as a public official, what did you learn from that? What really was the big lesson that you learned from that? And also, what about you that you heard that really struck you, that you get into your head like, no, this is not me? I mean,
okay, so with the benefit of hindsight, I probably shouldn't have. You know, government is government. If the government and the president say we don't have money, who cares? You understand me? I should have just left it. You know, they would have said whatever they want to say, but it would have saved me a lot of headache. It's not worth it. And I will advise, and I've been saying this, that the current minister in this economic crisis, hey, don't bother our supporters. You want to go and watch the World Cup, you can start walking part through the desert. You get there. If you have your own money, get your ticket and go. So those were the lessons, of course, and fortunately enough, the commission was a blessing in disguise. Because there were all manner of, yes, there were all manner of, you know, wild stories. I'll give you just a few. There was this story that my wife was a cateress. I mean, so you ask the question, that what are some of the things that when I heard, I mean, my wife, she has absolutely nothing to do with cooking. The only reason why she went was because we buried her mother 3 weeks earlier. So I took my wife and my 2 kids, because the other one was in boarding school. So I bought the ticket myself, Air Portugal, and took them. It was not a government expense, but it was a story out there. They said my mother was in charge of replica jerseys. Yeah. What they didn't know was that my mother doesn't even live in Ghana. My mother has never lived in Ghana since I was 6 months old. She doesn't know the difference between corner kick and penalty. She has no idea. So when I told her, Mommy, they said, you are in charge of replica jerseys. She said, what is that? She has no idea. You know, some of the stories. Some wild stories. Coconut.
Yeah.
You know, I woke up one day and there was one of the papers with me sitting with some ministers and things with coconut in front of us. And they said the coconut, some said it was $200, $2,000. There was nothing about coconut. I drink coconut always. I mean, I'm a healthy conscious person. So coconuts, coconuts were virtually free. And even if you buy, it's less than $1. Nothing, all manufactured. It was later that I got to know that there were some unseen hands behind it. But, you know, I keep saying that if those things had not happened, and especially if the commission had not been put in place, and if reports officially there, which shows clearly I was audited by Ernst & Young. Ernst & Young, you know what it means to be forensic audits by Ernst. They were asking for receipts for water. And we provided everything. By the time I was leaving office, the World Cup money itself, which government gave to us, $4.444 million was left in the account. So when I sit back, I said, this was a blessing in disguise, because there's a report that vindicates me, that shows everything that we spent, accounted for and everything. So, hallelujah, we thank God.
Okay. Thank you for that extensive profile, but we'll take a short break and then we'll continue after that.
All right.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. This is Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Before the break, we've been talking to Mr. Elvis Afriyie Ankrah, a person, who needs no introduction, but we are here to delve into his ambition to become General Secretary of the one of the biggest parties in Ghana, in fact, the biggest opposition party in Ghana. Mr. Elvis Afriyie Ankrah, you have been Director of Elections in 2020 when the party lost woefully to the current government. Yes, you have a very good experience in election and election-related issues, but why should you be given the chance as the Chief Administrator of the party when you were Director of a single unit, which is election, and didn't do well?
Okay, thank you. First of all, we did not lose woefully. Before I became Director of Elections, in 2016, I focused on one of my constituencies, which was Akan constituency, because I felt that seat was in danger. And then, of course, I was given a role to coordinate the religious bodies. So those were the roles that I played behind the scenes. And in 2016, we lost. We got 106 parliamentary seats. NPP had 169. We lost by almost 1 million votes. And when I came on the scene, of course, working with the team and the rest of the executives, we had a program that we put in place. We presented it to leadership. There were delays in funding, but you should understand those were difficult times, COVID and all that. So funding came actually late. In fact, you'll be surprised to know that we actually got the bulk of our funding barely a month to the elections. Yes. Meanwhile, per our plan, we were supposed to have done this in 16 months. So you just put that in context. And yet, in spite of that, we were able to train 154,000 people within a space of less than a month and deploy them to all the polling stations. And through their vigilance, our duties in 2020, and it's important that I say this, in the past, the Election Directorate was in charge of the entire process, from the time the election begins to collation and transmission of results. 2 of those factions were taken away because of the 2016 experience and given to an IT directorate, which was created at the Congress, the Accra Congress. An IT directorate was created. So IT was supposed to be in charge of transmission and collation. So our job was to identify, recruit, train, and deploy polling agents to the various polling stations, which we did with excellence. There was absolutely no issue about these functions. Our other function was to monitor and supervise the printing of ballot materials and their distribution, which we also did excellently. In fact, it was our team that discovered the excess 1 million ballot papers that were being printed at InnoLink Printing Press. Yeah. So we did the work that was assigned to us. The IT Directorate was supposed to focus on collation and transmission. When we met to look at the strategies, we advised that because IT is IT, anything can happen. So let's have a manual collation system as a backup. And indeed, this was based on experience. So we put in place the manual collation system. So on the 7th of December, when the results started coming in, it came in very well. Then by midnight, we realized that the results had slowed. So it was almost prophetic. We then switched to the manual collation. Interestingly, the IT Directorate also had as one of their layers, they had 3 or 4 layers of transmission. The last layer was manual.
So you had 2 manual
exactly,
systems.
Exactly.
Okay.
So originally the IT was supposed to use the systems which we had, and people said we didn't have a collation. Well, it's not true. We had a collation by the great. I set it up, and it is that manual collation that saved us. So we had our results by the 8th of December. By 5 p.m., we had briefed the leadership about the results and everything. And it was in that process that we discovered that there were issues with the results that were coming in, especially from Ashanti and Eastern region. If you were in government and you had 169 seats, your opponent had 169 seats, and 1 term in opposition, you've been able to move it up to 137. And my argument is that we had 142 seats, but the MPP stole 5. The 5 are still in court. Zabzugu, Techiman, Sefiri Oso, Esikado Ketang, and Takwan Swayim. These 5 seats have been stolen from us, so we should have had 142 seats. And with the presidential election, we should have gone for a second round based on our data. So those are lessons. But if you look at the numbers, of course, we didn't go into the election to go and do well. But if you go and write an exam, you target to get an A+, and you end up getting a B+. Have you failed the exam?
Well, if your biggest rival in the class got an A, it's a failure.
Yeah. No, you haven't failed. I mean, let's be realistic.
Because
let's be realistic.
Yeah, the realistic is that you and I are writing an exam.
Yes.
And then we are the 2 competing people.
Okay.
We both expect to get an A+.
Exactly.
You get an A+, and I don't get an A+. Between the two of us, I haven't performed well.
If the factors show that guy who had an A or A+ actually had the questions leaked to him, would that not influence your analysis?
But you see, on the basis of the fact that this election has been through the court system, the court has made a pronouncement on it, and both parties seemingly have accepted the results, I find it difficult to talk about.
Again. That is why we're saying we're not going to. So the important thing is the lessons. That is why I want to become General Secretary. Because you must understand the problem to be able to deal with it. I was there. I saw everything. I saw what happened. And you see, if you're a director of elections, you are like a technical advisor to the party.
Yeah.
There's a limit as to what you can do. There are things that I will not go into. When I meet delegates, I'll tell them and I'll show them evidence. The kinds of systems we had put in place. If indeed we had our funding and everything on time, I'm sure it would be a different story. But important thing is that now I want to be chief executive of the party. I'll no longer be writing memos. I'll be the memo. And the party constitution states clearly what is the role of the chief executive. If you take our party constitution, it talks about Article 26, talks about the general secretary. The general secretary is responsible for the administration of the party secretariat and party employees. 2, for the coordination of party organization and campaigns. These are the functions of the general secretary. Now you must understand organization. You must understand campaign. Of all of us contesting, who has practical experience, both practical and theoretical experience in organization? I'm the one. I've heard people say, oh, I should have been the organizer. By that admission, they implicitly admit that indeed I do have organizational skills.
So let me ask a question. So let's take all the people contesting the elections with you now. What do you think makes you unique from all of them? If I am a delegate and I'm to look at all of you, I'm like, okay, based on this A, B, C, D category, because if it's organization, for instance, Fivikwete has been very good with organization, communication. Yes. I mean, when we look at the time when they used to do the communication,
setting the record
straight.
Hold on.
That
setting the record straight wasn't an individual job. It was a teamwork. And then we made him the spokesperson.
So he cannot be credited for the organization?
No, he can be credited for being part of it. And I say it always, we're all part of it. Now, if there's an organization and you are made the spokesperson, it doesn't make you the originator or owner. You are part of it. I will not take that from him. Okay? But it was teamwork. And don't forget, at that time, I was the Deputy General Secretary in charge of operations. I've heard people say, oh, 2008 collation, collation at the strong room is the end product of several processes.
Yeah.
From the polling station, constituency, region, national, before it gets to the strong room. All right? Who puts the systems in place? Who put all the mechanisms in place? Who put the security architecture in place? You've seen Captain Chikates. I'm the only young person in this party, only, that worked closely and directly and personally with him in terms of operation and strategy. Nobody has that experience. So, yes, I will be the last person not to acknowledge the contributions of others, but the contributions must be in context. Somebody was in charge of the systems and give you an assignment to go and do this particular assignment. So you don't come and take credit without acknowledging the one who gave you the assignment. It doesn't work that way.
So obviously the credit should come to
2012 is teamwork. But I'm saying anybody who wants to take sole credit is not being realistic. It's not being truthful. 2012, who was the campaign coordinator? I was the campaign coordinator. Yes. Went around the whole country, gingered the people. I didn't have to put away my university degree, shouting my voice, putting the structures and systems in place. You understand me? So if ultimately you, together with others, go to the strong room and we feed you with the information, you can't say that you did. Well, you did a part. We have to acknowledge that. But it is wrong to say that you are the alpha and omega.
Okay, right. So at some point you were Deputy General Secretary.
Yes, 2008.
And that was when the setting the record straight issue came. Yes. And then we moved from there to a point where you are campaign coordinator.
Yes.
Where one of your colleague contestant, Odukono, is Deputy General Secretary.
No, 2012 Odukono was not in the system at all.
I'm talking about just the recent
yes, in 2020. Yes. In 2020, I was Director of Elections.
Director of Elections.
Yes.
And then Odukono is Deputy General Secretary.
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that considering the position he occupied and where you are and how you explain the Director of Elections role, that in some way you can say that he can be credited with the success that you said you achieved, even though you didn't go into an election to do well. Mm-hmm. Is it fair to say that?
It's teamwork. I am one person who doesn't like to take singular credit. What I detest is for somebody who played parts of a role, which is important, to claim credit for the entire system. It's not correct. It's not accurate. In any case, that is one. If assuming that you even give that to him, right? None of them has been a national campaign coordinator before. You know what it means to be a national campaign coordinator? You know what it means?
Yeah, you explain it to us.
The whole country, the campaign, 275 constituencies. Mm-hmm. And mind you, there are people who were given one constituency, they couldn't perform. The numbers dropped, descended like a waterfall. And I held my own as a campaign coordinator, led the campaign, the entire country, and we won an election. 2008, the same, won an election. Apart from that, I'm talking about, you see, I've read this to you. For you to be an effective General Secretary, your human relations are critical. I've told you about how I manage people. Our party is a Congress. You have all people from all walks of life. You must have that temperament, that capacity to be able to engage all manner of people. Rich, poor, young, old, educated, uneducated. This is something that I've demonstrated over the past 22 years that I've been in forefront of party politics. Relationships, the ability to listen to people, no matter who they are. Apart from that, this party is 30 years old. We are going through a generational evolution. You have the Rollins and his generation. You have President Mills and his generation. You have President Mahama. You have the Kades. You have the what I call the Generation Z. These are all young, up-and-coming people. Most of them don't even understand the antecedents of the party. We need somebody like me, who has strong roots and connections with Rollins, my godfather, even though sometimes we quarrel. With Pastor Mills, he's like a father to me, very, very close. So all the Rollins people are comfortable with me. All the Mills people are comfortable with me. JM, my brother, my friend. And then you talk about the current young people up and coming. They don't understand the roots of the party. They don't like MPP, but they don't understand. There are also people in the middle. Okay? I am the person who can bring everybody together. An experience and then a vision, understanding where the party is. First of all, you must understand the job. When I listen to some other people, it appears they don't understand the job.
You mean your fellow competitors?
Some people are saying that this election is about the economy and therefore the economy is important, but every Ghanaian feels the economy in his pocket. Okay? It's not a general secretary's job. The constitution is very clear. You must understand the role. If you go for an interview, and you are going for an interview as an engineer, and you go and say, oh, because you know how to cook, so when engineers work, they must eat. Therefore, you must be given the job of an engineer. You've missed it.
Yes.
The job description is here. It's in the constitution. It says you must have organizational ability, organization and campaigns. I have those skills. I have that experience demonstrated over time, over 2 election cycles, and even this one with all the problems. Look at the numbers.
In a different interview, you said that if you were in charge, fully in charge in 2020, things would have been different. What did you mean by that?
What I meant was that as Director of Elections, I had a program, I had a proposal, a 16-month program, you know, and I've already told you that it took almost like close to a month or less before we had our resources. Granted that there were genuine difficulties with resources across board, but I think that if I were in charge, I would have prioritized that, knowing that everything that we would do would have culminated in what happens on election day. You see, the challenge is that because the issues about the election are the last to be dealt with, campaign, adverts, billboards, rallies, those are visible and seen. So when there's a challenge as to what to prioritize, everybody thinks there's time. There's time. Oh, December. But really, there's no time.
There's no time, yes.
So from where I sit, when I become General Secretary, I'm going to focus a lot on the electoral system and architecture. If you ask me, you know, 60-70% of our time, energy, and resources should be on the electoral architecture and systems. What campaign are you going to do again? Everybody knows the issues. People are feeling it in their pocket. The dollar is speaking. Petrol price is speaking. So it is the systems that you put in place. That is what will ensure that when the people vote, it's reflected. So that's what I mean.
You have also said that you will bring back the NDC spirit. What is the NDC spirit?
You have to be NDC to understand. The NDC people understand.
Well, you know, that is true, but the NDC doesn't vote for itself. It relies also on a large majority of Ghanaians who don't associate with political party to make a decision as to who becomes the next government. And I think that it's important for them to also know, if they're going to decide that your party becomes the next government, know what spirit they are voting for and what you mean by
it. You know, spirits are not seen. So when the spirit comes, you will see the manifestation. But on a more serious note, you know, I was privileged to be in Cape Coast in 1992 at the party's first rally. I've been around 1996, you know, and apart from 2000, apart from 2020, where the spirit was really there, but somehow the MPP manipulated the system and we lost. Anytime we're going to win an election, there's a certain atmosphere that comes within the party that makes people ready and willing to go the extra mile. People are ready to die for the party. You know, when we meet and gather, you can literally feel the electricity, the vim, the vigor, the energy, you know. Now, like I said, 2020 was there to a large extent, but because of the defeat and the things that happened, people have become, you know, despondent, discouraged and everything. And people want to be rallied again. That is why.
Join us as we continue the conversation with Elvis Afriyie Ankrah on November 21st, 2022 on GhanaWeb TV.
Discussion about Ghana selling raw beans to the world for a long time has been ongoing, and it's something that, I mean, most of us actually as adults came to meet. the fact that we need to process more of our chocolate to turn them into chocolate and other confectionaries has been an ongoing discussion. And as Ghana Export Promotion Authority, our mandate is to basically develop and facilitate and promote Ghanaian-made product, including chocolates. And we think that the discussion around processing of our beans couldn't have been put in better context than this. And so this is part of the program that we are having as Ghana Export Promotion Authority to bring in more youth into the processing of cocoa, so that we at least cut back on the raw beans that we've been selling onto the international market. I mean, just 2 days ago, I was reading something about Côte d'Ivoire building 100 million processing factory to process their cocoa. About more than 40 to 50% of their cocoa is going to be processed instead of selling the beans in its raw form. And that is what we are also gradually doing. At Ghana Export Promotion Authority, we have had various engagement with the chocolatiers. I think we call them Cocoa Value Addition Association of Ghana, COVAC, and we've been working with them. We started with the ACCE, which is a chocolate expo event that we've had about 2 years running, and this is to build the capacity, I think.
We need to have more devices. Like, you can still teach coding on the board just like the way you teach math and you teach science. But I think we would all agree that people need to be able to practice with a device.
Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, wearable devices, and the rest. All of these are digital innovations that have come to Ghana, have been built by the world, and they are accepted by us. We are also building our own. However, how fast are we building them, and how are they helping us improve our economies, our people, and even our revenue generation in the country? We are going to discuss this on this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, who is a thought leader in digital innovation and an expert in the field. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is an Odadie, and he's wearing a shirt that has that on it. Is Atu Ozinapia. Welcome to The Lowdown.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's great to be here.
I'm happy to have you, and you are described as a thought leader in digital innovation in Ghana. Why that? How long have you been in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I've been in the ecosystem for a long period. I think I'll say, I used to be in the US for many years, which is when I started, going to GhanaWeb. Yeah. And but I always came to Ghana every year. But I'll say in 2008, when myself and 4 other people started the first bar camp in Ghana, it's probably when I really entered the ecosystem, if I could put it that way. And then I moved back to Ghana in 2011. So since 2011, I've been here. I moved here with Google. I've also worked with Rankard, which is one of the top tier tech firms in Ghana. So I think I've been quite involved in the tech space. Currently, I am I'm part of the Africa is Talking team in Ghana as well. So, I mean, for thought leadership, I think thought leadership is a term that has been coined a bit more in recent years. You know, I think we speak at a lot of events and panels and share ideas about what is happening and try to educate people about what's happening. Try to mentor and, you know, help people learn. And I think thought leadership kind of carries a bit of that.
So would it be accurate to say Ghana is the fastest growing country in Africa when it comes to digital innovation?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
And I'll give you a quick example. The last time I was in Kenya was 2018. I was there for a program that Ghana Think, which I lead, was doing with Digital Opportunity Trust. And I remember that when we got to the airport and we were leaving the airport to go to where we were going to stay, I could hardly see taxis on the road, on the highways. So I was asking, you know, our hosts that, where are all the taxis? And they were like, these days you don't see taxis on the roads anymore. They are all Bolt and Uber, and Safaricom has I think it's called Little Cab. If you come to Ghana, you see taxis all the time, right? So definitely, we are definitely not growing faster so far as the question is concerned compared to Kenya. I think we are up there. You know, I would say we are probably like top 10, but I think Kenya is ahead of us, probably Nigeria is ahead of us as well.
There's some sort of rejection of digital innovation in the country, because with this Bolt situation you've given, there are a lot of taxi drivers and trotro drivers who are against Bolt drivers, and you see them fighting, saying they're taking their customers. Same with the national ID card and the whole digitalization process, where people think, well, it's taking away jobs, it's taking away their livelihoods and how they operate. Do you think this is really a serious thing to worry about?
The taking away jobs thing is mentioned everywhere in the world. So to me, it's not a serious thing to worry about. I think people need to upskill themselves, right? This is 2022. We are not in 1983. We are not in 1990, right? The world is changing. Tech has come, right? So I think people need to upskill themselves. And then if you talk about the Bolt example, I think lots of people who would be driving taxis in Nairobi are driving Bolt and Uber, right? So it's the same people, you know. So I think definitely in Ghana, you know, I don't think we adopt technology as quickly and as easily as Kenyans, and maybe some other folks. I think we can do better at it. I want us to do better at it. It's something that I'm very concerned about. And I think as we talk more about it, it would, you know, we can kind of discuss that. So, you know, I think there's always opposition to new things. But, you know, I think if people are exposed, people see the benefits of what is coming, you know, they'll latch onto things, right? So I think there's a bit of education that needs to be done to allow and help people adopt technology quicker. Because I strongly believe that if we adopt technology more, we will do better as a country. And my last point around this is that I've dealt with, or I've engaged several young Africans, probably since 2008, you know, or even earlier. And I feel that a lot of the young Africans who use the internet more, use digital tools more, tend to get ahead of those who are not. Right. So it's just advice to everybody that, you know, you have to upskill yourself, improve your tech literacy for your own good.
Well, when we talk about digital technology and even innovation, we can't take away internet connectivity. We can't take away even the technology itself. We can't also take away the skill and education that it comes with. And all these things are areas that Ghana has tried to improve on. And 2008 and now, how far have we come?
Oh, I think we've come quite far. I think in 2008 we were still going to internet cafes. I mean, just think about busy, right? Think about busy internet. I mean, busy internet has grown leaps and bounds, right? So I think we've come far so far as internet connectivity is concerned, even to the point how, like, most people tether internet connections from their phones, right? So we had this whole period where we're using MiFis, you know, and these dongles. And now their phone connection is so good that you just tether it from your phone. So I think we've come quite far, you know. And I think it's good, right? Definitely it will be great to have, you know, more Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, some other countries on the continent have more, they have Wi-Fi hotspots. I'll give you a case for Rwanda. I was there in, as far back as 2016, when I went there for the first time. I remember because we've heard all these things about Rwanda, right? And you want to go and see whether it's true. So one of my Rwandan friends told me that, you follow me, I'll show you something. So we went to a bus station, right? So a bus station, like, let's say the Ashimota bus station. And he basically told me to turn on my Wi-Fi, right? So I turned on my Wi-Fi. And I could just see Wi-Fi connections for all the buses that I could see around me. Oh. Right? So it's like, this is bus number 48. So bus number 48, Wi-Fi connect, Frio. Bus number 50, Wi-Fi connect, right? So I would love for us to see that in Ghana. Okay, so I think there's a lot more we can do around internet connectivity. There are places in urban Accra that have bad internet. It's not that great, right? So I think we have to invest a lot more in internet connectivity, especially in the rural areas, right? I mean, just think about what people can do if they have more internet.
Well, you are in the ecosystem, and I know Facebook has tried to do something on the internet for Africa. I know Google was trying to do something. But what is our problem here?
Oh, well, before we come to what Facebook and Google have tried to do, you know, there was Facebook Lite. I think there was a period of time that on Airtel Tigo you could use Facebook for free. So there are a number of things that the telcos and the Facebooks have done, right? I don't think the government has done enough compared to what it can do so far as Facebook and the telcos are concerned. So I think maybe we don't see internet as serious as maybe others do. Maybe that's why. Because, I mean, definitely there's an infrastructure cost to all of this, but there are several companies that are willing to work with our governments, right? So if you're not seeing enough happen, either the government feels that what Facebook and Google are selling is, you know, won't work too well for them, or they're just not buying it, right? Because I know there are conversations. I mean, today I was just reading a story about how Elon Musk, I think he has like an internet service, and they have signed an agreement with the Nigerian government and the Mozambican government, and they just signed with Malawi. So why haven't they signed with Ghana? You know, so I think definitely our governments can do more as well. And then back to what you said about the national ID. I personally am very happy to see that this particular government is pushing a lot of digitalization. I think it's 10 years too late. And, you know, I mean, obviously there will be pushback around different things that we say, but it must be done. But it also must be done well, right? In some cases, maybe it's not doing it as well as it could. That's why we have long queues and people still don't have their national IDs. But I'm very happy with the agenda that they are pushing. I think we need to force our people to come online and use digital tools. It will be great for the government. It will be great for startups and businesses in the tech space. It will be great for all of us.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about data protection, security, online security, which is something that is of concern to a lot of Ghanaians. And also we'll talk about the innovations that we have here, because I'm sure you're also supervising some of them. Yes. This is a lowdown. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back after this and continue the conversation. back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Atu Ozenapia. He's a thought leader on digital innovation. So we're discussing some of the digital innovations in Ghana and how far we've come from the past. Before we even go on to other issues on this, I just want to pick your thoughts on the win of PRESEC in the National Science and Maths Quiz. I just can't take that one away out of my mind. You know, National Science and Maths Quiz, people are complaining that there's no technology bits in there. And you are more into technology, even though, yes, science covers all of that. But what do you make of first the setup of the competition, and then secondly, the win of PRESEC?
So I think, to be frank, in Ghana, sometimes we complain a lot, way too much. We have to try and reduce it a bit. And a lot of people complain because they don't know, right? It's a national science and maths quiz. It's not a national science and maths and technology quiz, okay? If people want to see technology in a quiz, there are robotics competitions in Ghana. MTN used to have a high school competition, apps challenge, that PRESEC has won a couple of times. So there are competitions, right? So we should need the National Science and Maths Quiz to be.
And it's not because PRESEC won.
It's not because PRESEC won. I mean, personally, I have, through Ghana Think, we've done some work with the National Science and Maths Quiz. We've worked with them on mentoring sessions for high school students, and that has now been put into something that's called the STEM Festival. So a lot of people don't know about this, but I'm sure with time, they'll make more people know about it. With all the sponsors that they have and all of those things. So the STEM Festival has a Science Tech Innovation Challenge, whereby schools are chosen, they come to compete, and then they have to build a technology in under 24 hours. Right? So this is something that the same people who run National Science and Maths Quiz run, but a lot of people don't know about it. Right? So I encourage people to check it out.
I'm happy we are talking about education, because education is very key in digital innovation. Now, a lot of parents have heard that they should take their kids to study coding because that's where the money is. Others also have been told that as early as 4 years old, they can start doing things. We see the Chinese doing a lot of things. We see even Americans and all the Europeans doing a lot of stuff in terms of digital creation and all of that. Do you think it is the case for Ghana? Because, you know, we have our challenges.
Yeah. At least in the developed countries, the money is in coding. Think of your Googles, your Apples, your Facebooks. Ghana, not so much. But I think the importance of coding is what it actually teaches students and teaches kids, right? I think it really opens up their minds and they are able to, you know, grasp other concepts and do better, right? So I think we should not just look at coding as the kid is learning coding to become a programmer. We should think of it as part of their learning to become a better student or a better professional in the future. So yeah, I think there are lots of different programs and organizations that run coding classes and lessons for people in Ghana. Many of them are even free. Right, whether it's at a younger level. I mean, I know several organizations that are in our network that do these kinds of trainings, and they will normally charge kids of rich people to pay, and then maybe people from underprivileged areas, they wouldn't charge them. Right, so I think people should look out for some of these opportunities and get their children and teenagers to start learning coding.
Is it too early to introduce something like coding or even programming to our basic school curriculum?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, there are coding softwares and games that people can learn even at 4 years old, right? I mean, I have a friend, Florence Toffa, her organization Mobile Web Ghana, they lead this Africa Digital Skills Conference, and her kids started learning coding very, very young. So there are different softwares at different ages. And I mean, basic school, I think we go to class 1 when we are like 6 years old. So I think maybe for the curriculum, I think we do have some kind of a ICT subject in basic school.
Well,
so,
I don't know if it's the same one I learned when I was in basic school.
Yeah, I think we do. I know
the drawing of the computer on the board and all of that.
So
because that's
so I know we have one for GSS, which is now class 7 to class 9. I don't know if they have it before class 7. I mean, the drawing on the board and things, I think that's a challenge, right? We need to get to the point where we have devices for kids to be able to use. I mean, we need to have more devices. Like, you can still teach coding on the board just like the way you teach math and you teach science. But I think we would all agree that people need to be able to practice with a device, right? So if even we just have one device per classroom, I think that's a good start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think that will be a win for the country?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, think of coding. Like, lots of people do remote work as programmers. So if you've gotten to a point where you have several 17-year-olds who've learned how to code and are very good, like, just go to India, they have that kind of thing. All these 17-year-olds can get jobs to do, right? And their jobs will not only just be from people in Ghana, they'll be worldwide. So, absolutely.
Wow. Well, this is quite mind-boggling for me because I'm thinking we have school feeding program which we are just feeding and it's very difficult to do.
Yes.
And then now you want to introduce something like coding. And yes, there are jobs and all of that. But are we there yet? Is Ghana there? Can we do it?
Well, maybe the problem is the school feeding program. No, I mean, look, I'm sure we can convince some companies that produce devices to provide devices for many schools in Ghana if we're not corrupt about it, right? And we did it the right way. So I don't think it should be that difficult. You see, for me, if I look at the education system in Ghana, especially the public education system, sometimes it's very hard for different organizations to get in there and help because there's so much bureaucracy and all of those things. If we cut some of those bureaucracies, we can solve this problem easily.
Yeah. Now let's talk about some of the digital innovations that we have here. I know a lot of people have done so many important things with the digital ecosystem.
Yeah.
However, we don't see them, and only a few people use them. So what have you come across, and what have you also supervised so far?
So in my work at the Cosmos Innovation Center, we train entrepreneurs who are building innovative and commercially driven solutions along the agri value chain. So for instance, one of the companies that has come to our program is called Tractor. And they basically are like an Uber for tractors. So if I am a farmer, I can use a USSD, like a *707 hash to order a tractor service from you. So maybe you have a tractor, it's not working, as in it's stationary, no one is using it. So I can order that service and then it comes to do the work for me. So these are some of the technologies that people are building. We also have companies that are kind of like building crowdfunding softwares for people in agric like Quidex. We have Tech Shelter that's using technology to be able to automate greenhouses, like, control temperature, control when, plants are going to be watered. So just this in agric space. If you go to the health space, there are several innovations that people are working on. For IoT, there are different organizations that are trying to build in terms of things. So you have the IoT network led by Joshua O2 that they've built, a number of different types of products. Making them commercial is tough, because we don't have as much people who want to adopt technology, which is, I think, that is the bane of the problem, right? If we have more people who want to adopt technology, more of the people who are building these innovations will do well. And then we have automation services like what Clear Space Labs does. So there are a lot of really interesting and cool things that people are building, but we need people to be able to adopt them more. And also, we must say that those who are building these technologies have to be able to build their business sense, right? A lot of the times they are just very technical. They know how to code, they know how to program, they know how to build the product. But taking it to market is quite difficult, right? So either they need to partner with business development people, partner with people who understand numbers on that side, like finances, or even partner with marketing agencies to help them sell what they're doing. So, I think those are some of the things that,
Isn't that where the government comes in? Because a lot of people are trying to build cars. You see a lot of people trying to build other apps that would make things easier. But we find maybe government giving the contract to people outside the country and not using the locals.
For me, if we depend on government, we won't go anywhere. So I just have to say that as a disclaimer. So we need to be able to go out and sell to not just government. But that said, I think we've seen the governments do better. I mean, for instance, you might have heard about Ghana.gov.gh. So this is something, a platform that is being built by ExpressPay, IT Consortium, and Dream Oval. These are all tech companies in Ghana, right? And so when we heard that they had gotten that contract, a lot of us were really, really excited because that didn't used to happen. But on the flip side, government business is also quite big business, right? So it's a bit much to ask that a certain Ghanaian tech firm or startup that is not that big comes to take a certain government contract, right? So our tech firms, right, need to be able to show that they can take on bigger work, right, that covers the whole country. And one of the best ways to do this is to do consortiums. So even the example I gave is 3 companies that have come together. It's not one, right? So we need to be able to collaborate more and do these consortiums. And I think especially for startups, startups also need to be able to work with some of the bigger tech firms like your IT Consortium, ExpressPay, Dreamoval, B Systems, SoftTribe. They need to be able to start working with some of them so that when some of these contracts are coming, they can also partner with them to execute some of these things. So we need to build capacity, right? Definitely the government can do more, but we also need to look at what we can do to ensure that government comes to us.
Well, some of these startups also have some challenges where people take their copyright materials, they take their, how do you call it, the whole blueprint of their creativity. And they are afraid to even share their ideas or even share their prototypes with other companies. How are they protected?
I'm sure these startups know that this happens in the US as well.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's a global problem.
It's a global problem.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it is harder to fight it here because of the judicial system, because our trademark laws are not as stringent as maybe in the US or in the UK. So that's something we need to improve, right? So,
do you have any system in place besides the law? Do you have any systems in place?
So I don't know as much about this, but the Registrar General can tell us more. I know they have a trademark office and things like that. But for me, what I tell people is, like ideas are a dime a dozen, right? I mean, the fact that Facebook hasn't started it doesn't mean they're not working on it. Okay, so you might come to market first, but maybe they've been working on it. Right? So the key thing is to come to market. If you believe in what you're doing, come out, start selling it, make money. That's the best way to protect your idea. Right? And then if you come out and you start selling it and you're making money and someone copies, then you take them to court. It's that simple.
It's so expensive to go to court and time consuming. And you may end up not even having your product back. But then the others are benefiting from it.
Like I said, it's the judicial system in Ghana. So if you're going to come up with something, make sure you're coming up with something that no one can copy. And that is very, very hard. So if you're really good, make it happen.
Well, these are some of the problems we have. People are trying to build Facebook for Ghana. People are trying to build Twitter for Ghana. But it doesn't work.
People have been trying to build Facebook for Ghana for a long time.
And it's not working.
I'll tell you why it's not working. It's the literacy. It's that simple. It's literacy.
On the part of the people?
Of the part of people in Ghana.
Okay.
Right? So let's take TikTok. Right? TikTok is newer. Before people started using TikTok in Ghana, they had gotten popular elsewhere. Right? Why did they get popular quickly? Because they are in markets where people have lots of phones, they are digitally literate. If there's something new, they will use it. In Ghana, if you build something new, will people really use it? Right? So if you want to build a Facebook in Ghana, I would totally advise you not to, because you're not going to be as successful as someone who's building this in the US, right? So you have to build something that would work very well here, like mobile money. Think about mobile money. I mean, mobile money has worked very well here. So there are certain things that can really ramp up well, right? So again, it's business, right? You want to build something cool like TikTok. Is it really going to work just like it works in the US? Not really. But if you do your research and understand what people really need and you build it for them and then they use it, then you're going somewhere.
Well, that's quite interesting. And you said mobile money. Well, something like mobile money, since there's money involved, a lot of people will just latch on.
Yeah.
I think it's about the social conversation and just interaction.
Yeah.
I think that's why people would think, why would I leave Twitter to be on your platform?
So let's give some examples. Like, I mean, most of the top apps or tech firms in Ghana are fintech, right? Because there's been a huge issue of payments. That's why ExpressPay is doing well. That's why SlidePay, is doing well. That's why ZPay is doing well, because there was a real need for people to be able to pay people. Okay, if you look at maybe another, M-Pharma is also doing, moving quite well in Ghana. So you have to look at what is working, right? What is going to work? Like, what can you ramp up easily, right? It's not, for me, it's not about building things that are cool. It's about building things that have content, building things that are needed. That's how you make money.
And now some people are also building things around NFTs. What's your take on NFTs?
Okay. So NFT is something quite new. I'm trying to remember. I know there are a couple of cases. I know some South Africans who've been working on NFTs. I think there's someone who is doing that in Ghana, but I don't remember their name. So it's quite novel. It's quite novel. I think the good thing that we can leverage NFTs for is the international market, right? So people can convert different things that are really Ghanaian, right, cultural, into an NFT that would interest people who want to buy those things now. So I wouldn't say it's like a space that everyone should just rush into, but I think there's promise there.
Are you already having an account, NFT account?
Nah. I don't. I don't really do NFT.
Yeah.
In fact, it took me a while to even get onto crypto.
So for the, education of our audience, NFTs are non-fungible tokens. So they are virtual currencies where you can sell anything from videos or even photos for some virtual currencies, and that currency can also be converted into real currency. So this is a different world and it's new. However, it has its own challenges, and people have complained about the markets going down and losing so much money, and you need to spend a lot to get some tokens. And all
I think that's a bit like the crypto space, right? I mean, they are both relatively new spaces, so there will be some volatility in that sense. So people just have to be. Lots of people who would get into that are people who can take risks, and unfortunately, a lot of people who have a lot of money, so they can just go and put some money there and not have to worry about it. But in this economy, we can't go and put the money that we don't need to worry about. So,
So safety. Now, safety is quite a serious thing for us Ghanaians, and it's one of the things that hinders the interest in digital technology and all of that, where you would have people's emails being harvested, people's phone numbers being taken online. You'll be getting so many messages, and now there are all these clickbaits where you just click and then you are gone. They take everything. They take over your Twitter account. They take over all these things. How are we managing it as a country?
So, first, I think we as Ghanaians must take responsibility for this, right, and help people learn this. So when I say that, what I'm trying to say is that in a lot of our networks, right, if people post these clickbait articles or scams, we tell them that these are scams. We educate them about it. We tell them to stop. That's something that we should all do. So I'm just telling this to everyone. Secondly, there's a lot of conversation about cybersecurity, right? So even at the high school level, there's an organization that is helping start and support cybersecurity schools, cybersecurity clubs at schools. There's one at Presec as well. So it's important to support their work so that they can help, younger people understand all these clickbait issues, how to be safe online, so that they can do better. And then thirdly, I think on the government side, there's also like a cybersecurity thing. There are some companies that are also kind of doing this. So we all have to help train around this. And the people who need to help do this the most are those in the tech space, right? Because if people, are not educated about this, they won't really come and use what we build, right? And we need to have a bigger population of people who understand tech. So it's all part of the education, right? So I think those who are tech firms, especially those who are growing, making more money, should probably spend some corporate social responsibility type funding to train people on how to do better things online, how to use online, the internet safely, cybersecurity, how to detect scams, because the scams thing is simple. It's just, they said, click here, you're going to get 1,000 CDs. And people who don't know anything better are like, oh, 1,000 CDs. And then they'll go and click, right? So, once we educate that, first, you won't get 1,000 CDs. So let's let you understand that. And then you're also exposing yourself to scammers and people who can take over your accounts, like you were saying. So it's all education, and I think the responsibility should come with the tech people in the tech space.
Well, the responsibility should come with the people in the tech space. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing digital innovation in Ghana and the future of the country when it comes to digital innovation. Our guest is Atu Ozin Apia. We'll be discussing about education, how that is the bedrock to safety online, to the creation of digital tools, and also to the development of the country. And digital innovation has to do with creating these tools to help in economic development, to help in even national development, human development, and all of that. However, we've seen that in Ghana, people are not interested in technology, and it takes a long time before they latch onto it. A lot of people keep saying, I'm not interested in mobile money because I don't want to be duped. Why is my money going somewhere and I don't have access to it? I can't touch it. People say, well, I don't want to be on Facebook because I think that's where people go there to be promiscuous. So I don't want to be there. And then later, they will see that maybe something or someone has created an image or an account in their name, then they rush to Facebook now to go claim it. And even with Ghana Card, a lot of complaints about Ghana Card. Where is our data? Where is it going? All these questions. And as if other countries don't have national IDs. How do we go around this? Because it's an attitude problem.
So I think the GRA launched a service that allows people to pay taxes online or something. So the government has done lots of these, this, that. I think the key thing is we need to incentivize people to use these platforms, right? Think about the recent case where they said they are launching a SIM registration app and you have to pay 5 cedis to use it. Like why? You are trying to get people to be digital. Why would you charge them 5 cedis to do this thing? So we are not incentivizing digitalization. So we need to fix that. Second, I think so far as the government is concerned, we need to think about empowering our people, right? And we can empower our people if they know more, can do more, have more skills. So I think we literally need to force people to do government business online and to do government business digitally. And those who do it, reward them. Or those who are struggling to do it, incentivize them. because it's just going to be better for the government. It's going to make things much easier. We hear a lot about blockchain, right? So I think the government needs to do that. And then we come to responsibility, where for me, the creators and the innovators come in, right? We are not here to just build cool technologies and show it somewhere and show a video like, oh, look at this video. This person did some really cool thing. Who is using it? We're not here to watch cool videos. Yeah. We're here to make our lives better, right? And in doing so, we need to be able to build things that people would use and can even afford, right? I mean, for KIC, we work a lot in the agric space. We have people who are building innovations for the farmers all the time. And the things that they are building today, farmers can't afford. So why can't we look at building something that they can? Right? So it's one thing to see a cool technology somewhere in Denmark and want to come and do it in Ghana when people can't afford it. We have to build things that have content, like, you know. So for me, I'm very passionate about Kumawood when it comes to technology, right? I think the Kumawood industry is very big, right? We need to be able to build technology in that industry to make it even better. These are some of the things that we really need to be thinking about.
And the problem is, who is going to take that step? Because Kumawood industry, you see their graphics and everything, and people go like, oh, they built a robot. They used a graphic designer created a robot, and you see a robot chasing
but people are watching it.
And people are watching it, actually.
Yeah. So is it the people who have a problem?
Well, who has to step up? Because we have a lot of these tech people in the space. A lot of them need jobs. They are looking for jobs in Google and other places.
I think, you see, the Kumawood thing is interesting because as people are watching it, it's making money, right? So the more it makes money, the more they can afford for that robot that you see that is not built well to spend more money to build a better robot, right? So I think sometimes we have to also look at some of those gains, right? Because, you know, we need to use money for some of these things, right? So for me, we need to take tech to where we can make money, make it make more, make it impact more, and then use that to do other things.
Yeah. I'm going to ask this question for, let's say, a class 6 people who watches this interview and wants to be like you. Because yes, you've worked with Google, you've worked with other brands, you've studied technology as well, you've studied so far, I mean, in your life.
Yeah.
How can a child who wants to be, let's say, a digital entrepreneur, where does he start from? Do you need to study science in secondary school? Does he need to study maybe tech in university before the person can venture into digital space?
Yeah. So first, he or she does not need to study science or tech. Lots of top programmers, coders, developers in Ghana, they did not study computer science at university. They studied optometry or something else. But it's because they learned this on their own. That's what made them really good, right? Because there's also the university issues of how we teach computer science. Okay, like the whole classroom and it's theoretical and things. So they do not need to study science or technology. But I think what they really need to do is read. So if you're a class 6 pupil, you're listening to me, start reading.
General reading or reading?
General reading. Okay. If you get your mom's phone or your dad's phone, go online, read news, read something, because that will really help them improve and they'll be able to take on more things. If you are particularly interested in technology, there are a lot of videos that, because people like to watch videos, right? There's a videos on YouTube that you can watch to learn about technology. I mean, there's something called Scratch, which is a software that I think most people at that age use. So watch videos about technology, read, and try and find people around you, okay, who understand technology and work with it, right? So none of this is studying science and technology, right? It's just reading, watching videos about the things that you need to know, and finding someone around you who understands technology and works with it so that they can point 1 or 2 things to you.
And at what point should that person, he or she, start learning whatever they want to do? Maybe they want to go into robotics. At what point should they start practicing it?
Oh, I mean, I think I mean, as early as they can with tools available to them is fine. But if I was to really pick an age, I would probably say when they are in I don't know if it's still GHS or basic school, I think around that time. Yeah. So class 7 to 9. Okay. I think that's a good time because by then they would have had a good fundamental knowledge from, science, math up to like class 6. And they can probably take on a lot more things. Yeah. So I would say that's probably a good age. But lots of people start earlier. If you have access to the information, to the tools, to the devices, to people, which is very important. People to actually teach you the right thing, right? Because if people are not teaching you the right thing, then you go and click all the clickbaits. Yeah. So it's very important to get mentors.
And what advice will you give the parents? Where should they take their kids?
Okay, so first, I think parents in Ghana should believe that there are lots of people in Ghana who can help their kids. That's one. So there are several, after-school programs or summer camps, boot camps that they can take their kids to learn some of these things. I also think that, surely, we need to guide our kids online. I think those who build the softwares, those who build the devices are also aware of that, right? Because in countries that are not Ghana, people get sued, right, by parents if their kids go online and do something that's untoward. Okay. So I think those who are building the technology are also mindful of that, and they want to ensure that parents have control to ensure that their kids are learning the right things. So clearly, we need parents to be educated about some of these things as well and not worry too much.
Well, there are so many resources, like the Ghana Innovation Week, which is an event that comes up every year, and it brings together people who are in the innovation industry, and they talk about all these things. What do you make of that? And I think you are part of it. Yeah.
So I think the Ghana Digital Innovation Week is, which just happened, is quite important. The thing I love the most about this particular event is that GIZ, which implements it, they invite lots of organizations that are in the digital innovation space to come and organize sessions. So for KIC, there's a session that we worked on. For Ghana Think, for Ghana STEM Network, for the different hubs, they are all organizing sessions as part of this. So I think it's great that it brings the ecosystem together. And it allows us to be able to share different ideas and talk about what is working as well. So I think the more we have these events, especially ensuring that government is there to listen, not just to talk, because too many times government people just come to events and talk and go away. They need to come and listen and engage and talk to people who are actually working in this space so that we can come up with solutions that would help Ghana.
So we have the digital innovation champions coming together to speak to people and also to bring up some of the things that are happening within the ecosystem. This is quite great. But you keep mentioning KIC. I think that's where you work. Yes. What does that mean, KIC?
Cosmos Innovation Center.
Okay, Cosmos Innovation Center. And that's where you do a lot of innovations. You support
so we support agri-tech startups like Trotro Tractor, Tech Shelter, AgriMecab, Maku Foods, Farm Estates. There are several startups that are doing very innovative things in the agri space that we are funding and coaching and helping build.
So if someone wants to be funded, do they have to apply to KIC?
Yes. So we have the Agri-Tech Challenge Classic, which is a program that is an entrepreneurship training program. So you have to apply to join that, and then if you go through that program and you do very well, then we would move you on to the Pro. And if you do very well in the Pro, we will give you funding.
Where are they getting the forms from? Do they have to come to your office or they can get it online?
We are talking about digital, right? So they should just go to our website, kicghana.org.
Okay.
And especially check out our Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram. For me, I'm very I like it when people use social media. So please check out our social media, engage us there, and yeah, let's help build better businesses.
Will a fufu pounding machine qualify for such, or it doesn't fit?
No, a fufu pounding machine is innovative. It fits under the agri sector.
Oh, it does.
Yes.
I know you get a lot of applications from fufu pounding machine innovators, but there are so many of them. I see some with the wood. I see some with just a grinder. And you see so many of them.
I mean, it's exciting. I haven't used a fufu pounding machine before, but I think it's really exciting that there are more of these in the system, and I know some people who use them. So it's great. I think gradually we're introducing tech and innovation in many aspects of our lives, and it's going to make our lives better.
And indeed, people are doing so many things, but it's just how to commercialize them. That's the problem. And I think with your organization, some money can come in to commercialize it, and I guess you give some direction as well as to how to fund it and grow it to make it a world-class tool for people.
I mean, a company like Trotro Tractor, they are currently in Ghana, they're in Nigeria, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Togo, Benin. They've grown, right? We need to have startups like this that don't work only well in Ghana, but able to grow to the point where they are elsewhere. So more of them as we work on all of these things.
You have any final words before we go?
Well, I would say that digitalization is good for us. we need to embrace it. We need to embrace technology, and it could really take us far, right? It could make us very competitive as Ghanaians and as a country. And then I also just want to speak to all the folks out there who are building digital innovations, going ahead, taking the risk. More of them to them. Let's get better at it. Let's build things that people will use, that we can make money from. Let's build things that are world class, right? That can challenge everywhere, so that we don't have just customers in Ghana. We have customers in Togo, we have customers in Rwanda, we have customers all around the world. And let's believe we can do it. And then maybe lastly, we need to support great Ghanaian things. Right? If Ghanaians are doing something good, please let's support them. We need that to grow. Like, we really need that to grow. That one is, I'm even begging. I'm even begging,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Clearly, let's support Made in Ghana innovations. Let's build world-class products, and let's also be very commercial at building our products. These are the words of our guest, Atu Ozenapia. We're discussing the digital innovation in Ghana and the future, where Ghana is right now in digital innovation. Thank you very much for watching this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of our digital platforms. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Mr. Speaker, apart from that, inflation, he inherited inflation of 15.4%. Today it's 40.4%. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate of the cedi, they inherited $1 at 4 Ghana cedis and indicated to all of us that they have the key to arrest the depreciation of the cedi. Today the cedi is falling and suffering from an epileptic fall. They've lost control of the depreciation. $1 is to 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and when you come to unemployment, probably it has increased from 5.53% to 13.9%. Mr. Speaker, so what has he to show? We are told that he did well, and that we are told that we should blame COVID and Ukraine. Did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? And you want us to accept that your reckless and irresponsible borrowing, which has led us to where we are. We are in a ditch. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian economy is in a ditch. Accept it or not, you may have to restructure debt in order to sustain this economy in the next 2-3 years. I heard the President, Mr. Speaker, speak to the nation and say that there will be no haircut. There will be, and there will be a barber of a sort. That barber may be scampi the barber. It will happen, and it will happen to investment, it will happen to savings, it will happen to bonds that have been issued. Even independent power producers are likely to suffer a restructuring of the debt, because how much you owe is colossal.
The discussion about Ghana selling raw beans to the world for a long time has been ongoing, and it's something that, I mean, most of us actually as adults came to meet. The fact that we need to process more of our chocolate to turn them into chocolate and other confectionaries has been an ongoing discussion. And as Ghana Export Promotion Authority, our mandate is to basically develop and facilitate and promote Ghanaian-made product, including chocolates. And we think that the discussion around processing of our beans couldn't have been put in better context than this. And so this is part of the program that we are having as Ghana Export Promotion Authority to bring in more youth into the processing of
Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Honourable members, we don't have any message from His Excellency the President, and so I'll just say a word under item 3, which is formal communication by the Speaker, and we go to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Honourable members, we have installed new scanning machines, and it is absolutely obligatory. It's compulsory for all members who intend to enter the Chamber of Parliament to pass through those equipment. I repeat, it is compulsory for all members, including me, Speaker, to pass through the machines to be scanned before we enter the Chamber of Parliament. All strangers who are also to do so, who intend coming in, whether to the public gallery or to the press gallery or to the important visitors gallery, are all to pass through the scanning machines. It is for your own good that we want to implement this rule. I passed through it this morning. It's very easy, very comfortable, and if you want to see, you can see it. It will be shown you. So please, starting from tomorrow, any person who is not willing to pass through those machines will definitely not be allowed to enter this chamber. I'm sure it's very clear, and I don't need to repeat. So we move to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 15th November 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, yesterday I wasn't in the chamber, but I had gone to Kumasi intending to be in the chamber yesterday. Unfortunately, I was taken ill just when I was approaching the airport, and I had to go home. And quickly, I asked my officers to submit leave of absence to you, which was done and appended to on my behalf by the Majority Chief Whip. I noticed that today I've been marked as absent without permission. I don't know how this mischief is going to be cured, especially these days when even when you travel, leaves of absence will have to be transmitted to you before you approve of sale. Emergency situations may require immediate attendance to such a request. So I don't know how it's going to be captured. Maybe perhaps when we adjourn, we could discuss this matter further. Because really, mine was an emergency situation, and how I find myself as having been marked absent without permission, it poses a bit of difficulty to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where you clearly stated the position that you were absent as a fact. It's only that your instructions for your leave of absence to be submitted is what was done yesterday. My attention is now being drawn to it because it hasn't gotten to me. And so when it gets to me, I'll do what is necessary. But the table office did the right thing by capturing you absent yesterday because you were actually absent. The other aspect, as we said, we can discuss after this sitting. Page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting held on Tuesday, 15th November 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, we move to item 5. Yes, majority chief whip.
Speaker, with respect, want to seek your leave to vary order of business and go on to item 9. Item 9, after which we'll come back to item 5, as duly announced. Speaker, with your leave.
Honorable members, application has been made for leave to vary the order of business as set out in the order paper. Minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, the application is for you to take a decision on. My only concern is why he said item 9 and not item 8, so that we move to commencement of public business. It begins with item 8 and not 9, but no objection to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Speaker, I think there's no debate about that. There's no debate. I'm on all fours. So we begin with Speaker, at the commencement of public business, we begin with item 9A by the Majority Leader.
Well, in other words, item 8 is not ready. That's why we are not beginning of item 8. So, honorable members, I grant leave in accordance with Order 53, Rule 2. So leave is granted for us to vary the order of business in accordance with Order 53, Rule 2. So we go straight to, at the commencement of public business, item 9, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented, 9A by the Majority Leader.
Report of the Bank of Ghana on the conduct of monetary policy, microeconomic review, and banking sector development for the period January to June 2022.
Honorable members, the report is accordingly referred to the Committee of Finance for consideration and report to the House. 9B by the Minister for Finance. The Minister is not available.
Speaker, we have a Deputy Minister in the House with us, Deputy Minister for Finance. One of our own, I believe I'm seeking permission for her to present the paper on behalf of the Minister of Finance. That is 9B following.
Permission being sought with the indulgence of the House for the Deputy Minister of Finance to present the paper for and on behalf of the Minister of Finance. Yes, minority front bench.
Mr. Speaker, we have no objection. He's a very punctual and diligent member of the House who has been doing so. So I know he can go ahead and do it on behalf of his boss.
Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, you have my permission to do so.
Request for waiver of import duties, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 12,938,133 euros on materials and equipment required to be procured for the construction and equipping of 3 80-bed district hospitals at Osiem, Asin, Kwenya, and Kutre, number 2. 1 40-bed Polyclinic at Doma, Akwemu, and upgrading of the Wamfie Clinic into a 60-bed district hospital project.
Honorable members, the request for waiver is accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. With your kind indulgence, if the Deputy Minister for Finance could present items 9D Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 5 together, so that the table office could read them at a go, and then we refer them in bulk to the Committee for consideration and report. With your kind indulgence, accepted. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, you may do so now.
Request for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 37,891,323 euros on projects, plants, machinery, materials, and equipment required to be procured for Afia and Kwanta Hospital and the construction of the regional hospital in the Western region. Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, import NHIL, import get fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 16,323,382 euros on materials and equipment required for the implementation of the Sekendi Takradi Water Supply Rehabilitation and Expansion Project Phase 1 by the Messrs. Strike Bank Aging of Australia.
Again?
Of Austria. Concessional loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Credential for Vindarobal, Frankfurt, are made for an amount of 116,600,000 euros to finance the 330 kV Accra Kumasi transmission line project. Concessional loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Credential for Vindarobal, Frankfurt, made for an amount of 30 million euros to finance the government GOES solar project.
Honorable members, items 9B, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 5 are all referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, we now move to item 9C by the Chairman of the Committee. Yes, please.
Speaker, with respect, 9C is not ready yet. It's not ready yet.
Honorable members, we move to 9D by the Chairman of the Committee.
Speaker, again, all the others are not
ready.
Speaker, I'm getting a communication from my good friend, the ranking member of Finance, that 9D, some are ready. That's the communication I'm getting. So, with your leave, he will lay it on behalf of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, just to say that 9D, item I to V are all ready. We discussed it yesterday and signed the report.
The 5 of them are all
ready? All ready, yes, Mr. Speaker.
So it's not some, all are ready. Are you prepared to, as ranking member, lay down for on behalf of the chairman? Are you? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he's a member of the Finance Committee and he can go ahead to lay all the papers on behalf of their chairman. But I believe I heard the government chief whip seeking your leave to allow him to lay them on behalf of the chairman. I think we did. That is what we did.
Well, the leave is granted. He could lay them for on behalf of the chairman of the committee. And so I go over it again. Item 9D, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 5 to be laid by the ranking member on the Committee for Finance for and on behalf of the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the annual report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year 2021. Report of the Finance Committee on the annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy for the year for the 2021 fiscal year. Report of the Finance Committee on the report of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee on the management and use of the petroleum revenues for the period January to December 2021. Report of the Finance Committee on the annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2021 fiscal year. Reconciliation report on the petroleum holding fund for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the various reports as captured on the order paper as items 9D, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 5 are all referred to, are all to be distributed to members of Parliament. I'm sure, as the ranking member has stated, the papers are ready, they are presented now, and I'm sure the table office will proceed to make this available to all members for our attention and consideration, maybe by tomorrow next. Any more guidance? Yes, please.
Speaker, we are ready to take item 8 on page 4. However, the minister will have to withdraw that item and relay. Same, I've related appropriately to my colleague. So, Speaker, if you may allow the Minister for Health to perform that function duly.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, just a few minutes ago, you said that paper was not ready. When the minority leader drew your attention to it, that we should start at 8, not 9, I myself put the question to you. When you insisted that we should start at 9, that meant that 8 was not ready, and you said yes, item 8 was not ready. Now you are asking us to go back to 8. It's now ready. Yes, please.
Speaker, I'll defer to you on any day, but what I actually said was in reference to item 9C, and then further item D, because I have not received communication duly and until subsequently the ranking member informed me.
Well, let's leave it at that. Your memory is playing tricks with you. So let's leave it at that. But it's captured by the Hansard. Now that the Minister for Health is available and has indicated the paper is ready, definitely we'll move to item 8. Item 8, minority from bench, any objection? Yes, please.
We're going to relay. The Speaker, the government chief whip must come clear, and maybe that's why you are asking questions. What I understood him saying is that the National Vaccine Bill, Institute Bill, which is before this House, is going to be withdrawn by the Minister for Health. And the National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022, which is on today's order paper, is then going to be laid after to replace the one that the minister is going to withdraw. Is that not what you are saying? So in that case, Mr. Speaker, we have no objection. The Minister for Health is in charge of the one that is already laid in the House. So he knows the date on which it was laid, and therefore he is seeking your indulgence to withdraw that one. After that, seeking your leave to lay this new one. We have no objection to that, Mr. Speaker. He can go ahead.
Honourable members, let me give the opportunity to the minister and then hear him. Then we know how to proceed. So we'll go to item 8, presentation and first reading of bills. National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022. Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek leave of you to withdraw the National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022, which was laid in the House on the 25th of July 2022. Mr. Speaker, my action has become very necessary because during the recess, after laying the paper and you referring to the Health Committee, we had cause to meet with the committee and did a lot of work on the bill. We realized that there were amendments that were not very controversial, but they were a bit bulky. So on consultation, we decided to withdraw and do some of the amendments incorporated into the bill to enable us cut down at the consideration stage time that we will waste in the chamber. And that is the rationale behind the withdrawal of the bill. And immediately my leave is granted, I will also seek leave to actually relay the new one that has been incorporated, the amendments have been incorporated to enable us to work faster in the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Order 132. Order 132. Withdrawal of bills. It says, either before the commencement of public business or at the commencement of any stage of a bill, the member in charge of the bill may make a motion without notice for its withdrawal. And that is exactly what the minister has done. So it's the second leg. That is at the commencement of any stage of a bill. And so the first stage, which is the first reading, that's the first stage. He's seeking leave to withdraw an earlier one that has been referred to a committee for consideration and report. And I think he has the right to do so under our rules. So I'll grant him that permission to withdraw the first one, which was laid on the 25th of July, 2022, and then given the opportunity, if the new one is ready, to present it to the House. So leave is so granted. Minister, you may withdraw the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, with your kind permission, if the new bill is ready, I call on the minister to now present it to the House.
An act to establish the National Vaccine Institute to provide for the coordination and supervision of research, development, and manufacturing of vaccines and cereal and for the related matters.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thought
once the leave was granted and the bill was withdrawn by the minister, you were going to announce that the National Vaccine Institute bill, which was laid on the 25th
July in this house, is duly withdrawn and the referral to accordingly withdrawn before we come to what the laying of the new one.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You are right. So I accordingly direct that the earlier bill dated 25th July 2022 be withdrawn and the referral to the Committee for Health for consideration and report to the House is also accordingly withdrawn. The current bill, which means is a revised bill that has captured what was considered in the earlier one and now being presented to the House, is accordingly referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report to the House. I so direct. I'm sure now we can move to item 5.
Yes, we can.
Honorable members, page 2 of the order paper, item 5, urgent questions. We have 3 urgent questions this morning, all directed at the Minister for Health. The Minister has already taken the appropriate seat. The first question stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Bolsa South, Honorable Dr. Clement Apak. The Honorable Member, you may ask your urgent question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health what steps the Ministry is taking to ensure that medical doctors posted to deprived parts of the country take up their postings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, growing consensus has emerged that policy initiatives on interventions to attract and retain health workers to deprived and underserved areas in Ghana have not fully yielded the desired outcome, and that has the potential to undermine healthcare delivery in those areas and overall attainment of the universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, a policy shift to improve processes for the development and implementation of actions that respond to current and forthcoming health workforce challenges in deprived and underserved areas has been advocated at several levels. One of the levels of advocacy for this is the enactment of the National Human Resource for Health Policy and Strategies, which was launched in January 2021, to provide the policy direction in managing human resource issues in the health sector.
Mr. Speaker, key among the thematic areas is Objective 3 of the policy, which states, and I quote, to develop and institute mechanisms to ensure retention of the health workforce serving in deprived or underserved locations and facilities. The Minister of Health, with financial and technical support from the World Health Organization and the Health Systems Strengthening Accelerator, sought to explore the factors that influence doctors and other health professionals to accept postings to deprived locations and facilities in the country. To ensure that the Ministry identified the right factors, the services of a consultant the Human Resource Steering Committee, and the Technical Working Group were engaged. Mr. Speaker, a survey has been conducted to solicit the views of health workers on measures to attract and retain them to work in deprived areas. From the survey, willingness of health workers to accept posting to any of the deprived areas is based on the following financial and non-financial incentives. 1. Non-financial incentives. Among others, Mr. Speaker, a scholarship to be granted, residential accommodation defined by the existing policy, standard medical equipment, and transfer after 3 to 5 years service upon request. 2. Financial incentives. Direct financial incentives include 34% basic salary as incentive allowance for mild deprived areas, 38% of basic salary as incentive allowance for moderate deprived areas, and 40% of basic salary as incentive allowance for severe deprived areas. Mr. Speaker, as a follow-up to the survey, a technical review workshop is underway to review the various options that emerged from the survey and cost the financial incentive package that was proposed. For the next steps, Mr. Speaker, we are considering the validation of deprived districts at the regional level, the conduct of a validation meeting with stakeholders to recommend the policy options and the costing of the incentive package, preparation of a cabinet memo, and submission of this memo to cabinet for consideration. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we will consider a parliamentary approval for the findings to assist implementation of the incentive package. It is hoped that this will help ensure that medical doctors and other professionals accept postings to deprived and or underserved areas in order to attain the goal of the universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, we have started advertising vacancies in various hospitals to recruit and fill these vacancies with financial clearance issued to the Ministry of Health. This exercise has started in earnest, and by yesterday, the report I got from Ghana Health Service Director General is the fact that close to about 110 of these young doctors have accepted to take positions in areas that are supposed to be deprived after we have declared vacancies in those areas. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Speaker, I appreciate the Minister's response. But in all of the narration that he has given, he has not been able to give us a firm timeline with regards to when these policy directives are going to be implemented. Because as we speak, this is a practical reality. Where, for example, in the Upper East region, last year of all the 10 doctors posted there, not even one took up the position. And this year, only 5. So, can the Minister give us a response that indicates that something is being done, even as they are looking at unfolding these elaborate policy measures?
Honourable Minister, when will the implementation of what you just read start?
Mr. Speaker, after receiving the consultant's report, we are validating this report, after which I will send a memo to Cabinet, and that will continue the process. Mr. Speaker, all the time and all the activities are not strictly controlled by me. Some of them are exogenous, outside my environment. And I said that I will come even to Parliament. And it will depend on when we finish our validation, get my Cabinet memo done and approved, then we'll come to Parliament for the acceptance of what we have agreed upon, and then we shall roll out. That is why we said we can't wait continuously for the problems that you are mentioning to continue to persist. It is not only Upper East. When you go to Uti region, last year we sent 10 there, only 1 reported. And so this time around we said that we are not posting like we have been doing in the past. We will advertise. So if you tell you that there is a hospital that has a vacancy for a doctor at Fumbisi, and you are ready to go there and you apply, we will interview you and post you there. So that idea of we get financial clearance and we just post doctors to everywhere that they need to go, and some do not go. We are stopping that. So you sit at home and look at adverts for vacancy. If you're interested, Mr. Speaker, we send you there. If you're not interested, we can continue adding on to those in the teaching hospitals and the big cities in Accra. So that is a gap measure that we are adopting until we finish this particular policy work that we have embarked and engaging ourselves in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further supplementary before I listen to others?
I think this will be sufficient for me.
Thank you so much. Yes. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Health Minister that the doctors that are supposed, or I want to let him know that the doctors that are supposed to be posted to these deprived areas are not the doctors that require financial clearance. The very deprived areas where we have the one-man doctor or the two-men doctors are areas that require doctors who have got at least 5 years experience. So there should be doctors in the system who already have financial clearance to be able to perform duties at that level. So probably I want to know what incentives there are for such doctors who have practiced for 4 or 5 years and have finished all their rotations, probably including the regional rotations and some aspect of the district rotations.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the doctors that we have on our hands easily available to post to deprived areas are the newly qualified doctors who have finished their housemanship. First year housemanship, second year housemanship. Those who are already in the system and are serving places like 5 years, you wouldn't even know who wants to move and who doesn't want to move. You wouldn't even know programs that they engage in. So we just cannot pick their number or their list and begin posting them and transferring them elsewhere. And I believe that the new strategy we are adopting, advertising for vacancies, will mean that if any one doctor who is serving somewhere for 5 years is interested to move, that will give him some indication of where there is vacancy. And when he applies, that will be seriously considered and will take that person there. But this is a stopgap measure until we finish the type of work that we are doing. Probably when we finish and kick in the incentive packages and things like that, if we could fund it, that would also attract some of these senior ones to move into these areas that we want them to go to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In the Minister's answer, in considering financial incentives, he classified deprived areas as mild, moderate, and severe. I would want if the Minister could clarify this definition or classification by what he means by a mild, moderate, and severe deprived areas, and to find out how would you consider a place like the Fiamma-Busé Issa constituency, where would you put it as an example? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are still working in this area. And if you have listened to my response to the question, next steps, I mentioned that we are doing validation of deprived districts at the regional level. We have asked the regional directors to give us areas that can be classified as deprived. That will make distinction between mild, severe, and that depressed me. They know what elements will constitute that. Mr. Speaker, there are places in our country when you go, you can't even site a building that, in our view, will even be decent for a doctor to go and accept to live there. So these may be taken into consideration. But like I said, I don't want to preempt the work that we are doing, we have been completed. When we come out to the cabinet memo, we will find a way to describe these things very, very well. This can be the remit of the minister alone, Mr. Speaker. So we continue doing consultations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable gentleman at the end there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a follow-up question. I think the subject matter that is being discussed is very important. It's really a serious challenge and perennial in nature. I want to find out from the minister whether the ministry has taken any steps to find out from the doctors in order to know what will make them to stay, or the motivation package that the minister has outlined has been assumed. Because I feel that we need scientific outcome to be able to really take measures that are concrete enough to be able to address that challenge.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my answer to this is yes. We actually did a survey to solicit the views of health workers on measures to attract and retain them to work in deprived areas. So we have actually done a lot of consultations with the associations, with even individuals, and we had a technical working group, the consultants themselves. So the consultations to find out what is actually taking them away, that will allow them to go in there, are all part of inputs into the recommendations that the consultants gave us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I myself have engaged one young doctor, even in Sunyani Hospital, and I asked, why wouldn't they want to go beyond Sunyani Hospital? The only thing he told me is that, Minister, if you find this little money on top of our salaries, you may be able to attract us into the smaller areas. That was me and one person's conversation. It might not have been captured here, but if you look at the answers that I gave about salary incentives, that was one of it. So we have done adequate consultations with the health workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I heard the minister right, he said that now they advertise for doctors who are willing to work in deprived communities to apply so that they post them there. If I got him right, my question is, in the event that no doctor applies, what happens? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
And doing nothing at all. In the past, we post them, and now after advertising, we have made to get 110 to go to certain where there were vacancies, but they were not going even after posting. So if after advertising people there, we will do the normal things to try to see yet other doctors together. That is why we are bringing the incentive package. I must be very honest with you. I go around the country from time to time. There are some facilities where we have one hospital, one doctor central. Some places we don't have them at all. We bridge it with the physician assistants that we train to do those things and do referrals to districts or larger towns where we have much more number of doctors in there. So we continue with that same process and we'll know how we solve the problem. Mr. Speaker, this challenge is not a current challenge. And as you are well aware, Mr. Speaker, you've been in the ministry before. It has always been there, but we try to find innovative and new thinking to try to see how we can push some of these doctors there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honourable Minister, I think that you need to go beyond what you tell to just inform the House. We have a lot of patriotic medical officers in this country. It's not just a matter of monetary or comfort, but even the tools to work with. Doctors are trained to save lives. But when they go and see life they can save, but they don't have the tools to use to save the life, it kills them. And so even though we had, for some years, this experience of doctors not willing to go to some deprived areas, this time is too acute. And the brain drain in the health sector is now alarming. Just 1.5 weeks ago, I met my colleague, Speaker of the Parliament of Barbados, and he informed me here they were able to recruit 400 nurses from Ghana to Barbados. 400. Only that country. I met some in Canada, medical officers, who told me that they are no longer interested in returning because of the lack of tools in the health facilities. So in discussing this matter, I think you have to go beyond what we just stated and see how you could also equip the health facilities. Some time back, a few years ago, we had what we call brain gain. Health personnel were returning to the country to work because things have greatly improved. I think the sustenance has gone down, and you will have to sit up. It's not just you, but the country. So it's a very serious matter. As at now, I know a number of district hospitals being manned by doctors who are not even paid. The new doctors that you are talking about financial clearance, they are unemployed, and you've just volunteered to go to those district hospitals just to offer their services for free, as at now. So it's an urgent matter, and you need to bring the Public Service Commission into these negotiations. Very important. There are conditions of service in the public sector. You cannot also, in a unitary state like Ghana, just allow medical doctors to decide where they should be posted. I don't think that is the public service of Ghana. There is some control, and you could post them, and there are consequences when they refuse to accept the posting. But definitely, because of the scarcity, we also are aware that there's a need for these incentives. And so if you could expedite action, I'm sure this House is always ready and prepared to support you to get these things resolved. With this, we'll move to the next question, which stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Keita, Honourable Kwame Georgile Gakwe. That is 5B. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health the measures the Food and Drug Authority is taking to address the falling standard of palm oil on the local market.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the safety and quality of food in trade, one of the regulatory measures employed by the Food and Drugs Authority is sampling and testing of products in trade. With the issue of adulteration of palm oil, with Sudan is coming to the fore, the FDA in 2015,
through its monitoring activities, found the level of adulteration to be 98%. Due to key regulatory interventions implemented by the authority, the level of adulteration has generally decreased from 98% in 2015 to 23% in 2021. An increase of 7% in 2018 to 26% in 2020 was observed. However, this dropped to 23% again in 2021. Some of the key regulatory interventions employed included the following. intensified monitoring of product safety in transit and trading, including annual nationwide sampling and testing of products. 2. Detention, seizure, and mandatory disposal of adulterated palm oils. 3. Public education at the palm oil production sites, blacklisting of some of these culprits. Other initiatives taken by the FDA include the following: training. In collaboration with Solidaridad, West Africa, 5,472 stakeholders, millers, EHOs, fabricators, mill owners, along the oil palm value chain in 4 major palm oil producing regions, Western, Eastern, Central, and Ashanti, have been trained in food safety, good manufacturing and hygiene practices from August to December 2020. This was to improve food handling practices and safety of finished products. In collaboration with the Artisanal Palm Oil Millers and Growers Association, 992 oil palm processors and mill owners were sensitized on food safety, adulteration, traceability, and good hygiene practices, amongst others, from 23rd May to 3rd June 2022 to improve compliance. Traceability system. Development of a traceability concept to facilitate indentation of sources of adulteration along the palm oil supply chain has been initiated. Piloting of the concept has commenced at the Dome and Malamata markets. FDA's progressive licensing scheme. Mr. Speaker, enrollment of the oil palm milling facilities into the FDA's progressive licensing scheme at the various FDA regional offices has also commenced. Public education programs. More creative and innovative means of awareness creation, electronic campaigns, are being developed to deepen awareness of the dangers of Sudan dye in palm oil. Public education community engagement in collaboration with NCCE is ongoing in various metropolis of the Greater Accra region, at least. Awareness creation at the markets, schools, lorry stations, churches, mosques, and other public places, and engagement in the electronic media, radio, television, and social media to address this malpractice and the negative impact on consumer health is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, way forward and resources required. The current 23% level of Sudan dye adulteration indicates that though the malpractice has reduced considerably, it has not been eliminated and therefore persists. It is imperative to continue and intensify enforcement activities to further reduce the level of adulteration to the barest minimum to safeguard public health and safety. This will require a number of resources and government interventions, some of which are listed below. Rapid test kits for Sudan dyes to facilitate monitoring in trade. Vehicles for inspection of production sites and monitoring. Laboratory equipment and chemicals for testing of Sudan dyes. Control or regulate the importation and distribution of Sudan dyes. Mr. Speaker, we have the following programs that are upcoming. Engagement with market queens and aggregators to enroll them into the traceability system. Continuous monitoring of palm oil supply chain actors for compliance to food safety and traceability record keeping. Collaboration with the Artisanal Palm Oil Millers and Grower Association to initiate all its members into a progressive licensing scheme. And, Mr. Speaker, liaising with environmental health departments of the various MMDAs at the regional and district levels to put in place a continuous monitoring system for oil palm processing activities to ensure practices are consistent with GMP requirements. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks to the Minister for answering this question. Mr. Speaker, the palm oil standard, falling standard, is about 23%, the Minister alluded to. And these are serious issues. We are consuming palm oil in this country. I would like to find out from the Minister, FD don't have offices in the district. is he having any plans for FDA's representation in the district for this kind of monitoring?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just because the FDA hasn't got offices and representation in the districts, but we have representation in all regions at the regional levels. And we have teams that visits the districts. So we have presence of FDA in almost every district in the country. You see them visiting markets or market days. You see them visiting where palm oil is manufactured. And that is how come they do traceability issues. So FDA is present in most of the places. But the typical Ghanaian challenges, when we have identified this, despite the numerous adverts, despite a lot of engagement, despite all the media work that we are doing, you still have got the recalcitrants and corporates that we are chasing. So we haven't completed yet. If you look at between 2015 and as far close to 2022, we have only managed to bring it down from 98 to 23. I've said in my answer that the problem still persists, and we will still continue to work assiduously to see how best we can continue to bring this down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any more supplementary?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, this falling standard have issue of security threat. Is that in any way in his plan is working with the other security agencies to clamp down this kind of threat in the country?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we work with the security agencies, but traceability of these contaminated products can be the core business of all these security agencies. We collaborate and they accept us. When we have challenges, we call them. So we are working together with them to do this exercise. Only thing is that we can't just renegade our duty and pass it on to security agencies. They don't even have what it takes to do this work for us. But anytime that we need them, they are ready for us and we work with them. So as we can in the process, we have even set up what we call the Health Intelligence Unit within the ministry that has some aspect of well-trained security personnel that, collaborates with our various agencies to do a lot of monitoring and inspection to help our work. So it looks like we are doing some intelligence work to track these corporates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought he has one more supplementary, and that ends his
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister made mention in his answer provided to us that the government is yet to procure laboratory reagents and equipment, as well as RDTs, rapid diagnostic test kits, for testing palm oil in our markets. That will be easier to deploy to ascertain the falling standard. I want to know from the Minister, when would that be available?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we work with this as soon as resources are adequately available. We search for resources to do some of these things. And when we lay hands on them, we'll roll out and work very quickly with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me tease the mind of the Minister. There's a concept of traceability where in developed jurisdictions, standards go hand in hand with traceability. I don't know if it's come up to your notice, and in the scheme of things, it's one of the things you consider appropriate, regardless of the fact that the percentage of adulteration is coming down. Would you want to consider traceability as one of the solutions? And then finally, yes, you cannot have the strength, the financial muscle to have offices in all the districts. But fact be told, in the Eastern region, for instance, Speaker, the production of palm oil is largely concentrated in some parts of the regions. So, more or less, for want of a better expression, some cluster. Do you consider building some cluster of your officers who can concentrate on some of the strongly populated areas where these palm oils are produced? I don't know if it has come up to you and you want to deal with it in that approach.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the second part of the Majority Chief Whip's comments is just for me to take notice and see how best we can incorporate that into our work. For traceability issues, I'm very happy to announce that we have actually started a project we call Traceability Project 1. We are doing that in consultation and collaboration with USAID. And the Americans have actually trained a couple of our young pharmacists who are now even doing presentations outside within the ECOWAS region for traceability project to actually take off. So we have taken that issue very seriously, and we have started working to ensure that we can do traceability projects in country, not only for palm oil, but for other medical and food products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we now move to the last urgent question, who stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Central Tong, Honourable Alexander Roosevelt Putoji. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is out of jurisdiction. He's currently in Israel, and I have his mandate to ask the question on his behalf. I will please ask for your leave to ask the question on his behalf.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To arise to ask the Minister for Health, what has accounted for the shortage of essential drugs in health facilities across the length and breadth of Ghana? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has a standing one-year framework contracting arrangement with some pharmaceutical companies to supply selected essential medicines to all regional medical stores and teaching hospitals across the country. The pharmaceutical companies have currently halted the supply of the medicines to the beneficiary institutions. They have indicated the huge indebtedness of the regional medical stores and teaching hospitals to them as the main reason for the non-supply of the medicines. The Regional Health Administration and teaching hospitals have in turn attributed their huge indebtedness to the pharmaceutical companies to the delayed reimbursement of the National Health Insurance Authority to health facilities. The Ministry of Health, as part of efforts to abet the disruption in the supply of essential medicines, have engaged the various pharmaceutical governing bodies in the country, Ghana National Chamber of Pharmacy, the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Ghana, the Pharmaceutical Importers and Wholesalers Association of Ghana, and Pharmacy Council, amongst other stakeholders. They have indicated that aside their foremost challenge, which is the high level of indebtedness by the regional medical stores and teaching hospitals, the non-supply of the medicines is also greatly impacted by the current overwhelming economic challenges that I'm trying to list below. The rapid depreciation of the cedi against the United States dollar, increase of cost of sea to air freight, increase of cost of raw materials, increase on the interest on the cost of borrowing, and increase of cost of fuel. The ministry is working earnestly with all stakeholders, particularly the pharmaceutical companies, to ensure the availability and easy accessibility of medicines in the country. On our last check, in course of the week, it has come to our notice that a number of them have started supplying the medicines as of Monday. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much. In the answer provided, the Minister mentioned high cost of fuel, high cost in terms of imported materials for pharmaceutical industry. I would like to find out from the Minister, what step is he taking to mitigate on behalf of the pharmaceutical industries to bring the cost down?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have submitted some proposals to the Minister of Finance to see how best they can help us bring down cost of medication in the country. And I want to believe that when the budget is read, some of these policy initiatives may be announced for the approval of the House. And when that is done, we all together will succeed to bring down the cost of some of these medications for our use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your last supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Minister mentioned high indebtedness in terms of regional levels, national, as well as the ministry. What accounted for this delay in payment to the various pharmaceutical industry in terms of supply of essential drugs?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working with the regional medical stores to ensure that this indebtedness is brought down to manageable levels. We have challenges. They rely on health insurance claims, reimbursement. I wouldn't say we have done perfectly very well, but we continue releasing reimbursements to the facilities. In some instances, when they get their reimbursed payments, they refuse to pay the pharmacists, and that is causing a big problem for us. We are looking at innovative ways to try to see how best this can be resolved. So we are asking the pharmacists, after our engagement with them not very long ago, to give us the indebtedness of various hospitals, said that we would begin to do deductions at source from their health insurance claims to enable them get their monies promptly to continue supplies for us. That is what we are now working on, and I believe things will be fine. We have list of hospitals that are owing these pharmacists, and anytime we confront them, they talk about reconciliation, and that has become a bit bulky. But we are working seriously to facilitate, to get these things down quite a bit to manageable levels to enable the pharmacists to continue to supply the medications. So we are working on this as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Act, Section 52(1), is clear as to when the collections must be lodged into the National Health Insurance Fund. So, Speaker, what has been the challenge? That the authority will always have to owe the service providers in multiples of 9 months, 6 months, and that trickles down to the importers and the manufacturers of the pharmaceutical products. Okay, let me ask this one before I come to the next. The Speaker, if you indulge me again, the Speaker, the Minister also stated that the pharmaceutical producers have started supplying since Monday. The Speaker, I'm aware that the Private Health Facility Association have also come out to say that they are not supplying them with medicine. So what will he do to ensure that indeed the health facilities are receiving medicine or drugs from the pharmaceutical industries?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard my colleague right, talking about private medical practitioners, private health facilities. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the framework contracting agreements that we have with these manufacturers and pharmaceutical suppliers only takes care of the public sector facilities. The private healthcare facilities are supposed to procure their own medications and their own equipment and do their work privately to charge for what it is. So these arrangements we have is only for those government hospitals that are within the control of the ministry and the Christian health associations that we collaborate with. So the private facilities, and then plus the teaching hospitals. These are the ones that we have engaged to do that because we cannot procure for the private sector facilities that are practicing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. I was grateful because this is a very critical issue in the country, and if you are not very careful, it will lead to high mobility and mortality. Mr. Speaker, the private health association or the private health facilities are not being able to purchase their own medicines or drugs because the National Health Insurance Authority is owing them. So if you leave them that you have to go and purchase your own medications, how do they do that? So I want him to indicate what is he doing. That is why I linked it with the National Health Insurance Act, because they are supposed to pay them within 30 days after the collection of the levies. So how would they be able to purchase? Because the teaching hospitals and government hospitals alone cannot take care of this country. So he must be concerned. And he should tell us what he's doing in order to ensure that these people get the medicines and they can take good care of the good people of this country.
Minister, I'm sure you got the question. Yes. If you got the question, please respond.
Mr. Speaker, probably if I explain the framework contract arrangement, my colleague will understand a bit better. What we do is that we advertise for people who can supply essential medicines, about 60 of them, through the procurement system. Then we engage them, and then we go through procurement authority and the central tender, and we lock them into certain prices that they cannot easily change. Then we tell our doctors that we have signed agreements with these particular pharmacy suppliers to sell to you paracetamol, this particular drug, at this price. We don't stop the private sector people not buying from them. The benefit is that they can also go and buy from them at the same price that we are arranged to get our facilities taken care of. That is the benefit of it. So we don't cut them out. But what I'm saying is that they are not directly part of the framework agreement that we are engaging because they run their own private facilities. They know where they procure their things. But we create an opportunity for them to actually take prices the way we have arranged with the suppliers. And that is what we actually do.
Minister, he's gone beyond that. He says the money the private practitioners will use to buy those medicines that you are directed to them is locked up at the National Health Insurance. They've not been given their money, so they don't have money now to buy or procure the medication.
Mr. Speaker,
so what are you doing to help or support them to do so? That is all.
Mr. Speaker, just like you were doing when you were there.
No, I didn't have this challenge. The time I was there, there was no this challenge. I was minister in 2012.
Mr. Speaker, all the Poor Minister does is to do follow-ups with Finance Ministry to give us releases of the health insurance levies that we collect. And anytime these things come, we push health insurance to do reimbursement, and they pay them. This idea of the Minister of Finance owing health insurance over a number of funds, I don't think it's a very new phenomenon. We all have gone through all that.
It's not our Minister
so
of
we
Finance,
continue following and chasing them up to make sure things are done in that respect. But Mr. Speaker, we pay them. We pay them from time to time. We don't black out completely like that. But then some part of it, they get their money and they do certain things as priority away from what they should do to take their medicines. But we are working on that. We will see how these things can go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The last supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Coming from the Minister's explanation that health facilities are paid, as he just ended, it's just that some of these health facilities don't pay the pharmaceutical companies. I want to find out from the Minister, because the question is on essential drugs, whether he knows that essential drug availability is one of the most important indicators that the Ministry of Health measures And what is the ministry doing if he says some health facilities are paid, yet they don't ensure that essential drugs are available in our health facilities, knowing very well that the drug fund is a revolving fund that no health facility manager should touch? Thank you.
So the question is, what is the ministry doing, knowing that some of these facilities, in spite of the payment of money to them, are not using it to buy the essential drugs?
This is what the ministry is doing is what I mentioned earlier, that we have actually started taking indebtedness bills from pharmacy companies to do deductions at source from reimbursements that belong to some of these facilities that are not paying us. And I think we are working on auditing reports to look at what some of them are using their drug funds for possible sanctioning and what have you. So these are the only remedies that I have that we can look at. We are doing a lot of persuasion, we are doing a lot of pushing, but then we are upping our game to sanctioning some of these facilities that are not utilizing their drug funds adequately well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, before we proceed, I'll be handing over to the First Deputy Speaker. But before I do that, we just laid item 8, National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022. I've just been given a copy. Minister, it's not gazetted. Or that's not the bill that you have laid. It's not gazetted. And it is neither an urgent bill nor a financial bill. Is that the correct one? Because what I've just been given is not gazetted.
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, when the bill was laid here, it was done under certificate of agency by the majority leader.
No, the one that was laid, which you referred to in July,
yes,
is what you withdrew.
Yes.
So you withdrawn it. It's no longer in existence.
Then we have to lay this.
So the new one
yes,
has to be gazetted before it's laid. And what you have here is not gazetted.
Mr. Speaker, by virtue of the agency with which we are working on this,
sorry,
I will seek leave to actually do this one under certificate of agency.
What I can simply do is to ask you to withdraw it, and then if you want to come through a certificate of agency, the procedure is there in the standing orders. You can do so, and then we consider it as one of the urgent bills. But as it is now, it's not properly so-called a bill to be laid in the House. So please, you may withdraw that and then go and put your house in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, item 8 on the order paper, the National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022 is hereby withdrawn, and the referral to the Committee of Health for consideration report is also withdrawn. The reason being that what was laid is actually not a bill. It's a draft bill, and in fact, it's titled Revised Version, National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022, and it's not been gazetted. So it's neither a financial bill nor an urgent bill. And so I accordingly direct that all the actions and directives given in connection with this matter be withdrawn. With this, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. If you want, you could read Standing Order 120, Standing Order 132, and the others on urgent bills. You understand the reason why they've been this withdrawal. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes.
Speaker, let me seek your leave for us to vary the order of business. Instead of continuing with the questions, Speaker had earlier admitted a statement. If we can go and take the statement, after which we'll come back to the questions. I've related duly with my colleague.
Which one is the statement, please? I'll kindly wait. I'll try to get a copy of the statement. All right, very well, honorable members. The statement is on the World Toilet Day. The honorable member for Sisala East, you may read your statement. Honourable members, you have sought permission to vary the statement with the consent of the Chief Whip, and I have called the statement. Can you let's do the statement? At best, admit one contribution.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
My colleague said the minister has rushed to the washroom. We didn't know the circumstances that made the minister to rush to the washroom. So I said that, well, if the minister is not around, definitely we cannot just be waiting endlessly. But in the process, the minister started walking back. So I do his attention. The minister is coming back. So let's finish the question time that we are carrying. Because if you open up to a statement now, contribution and other things, the minister will have to be hanging. And members who have to ask their questions are in the chamber. So let's finish that business so we can move to the next business.
I thought that's a very fair way of conducting the business. Instead of asking the minister to hang on whilst we take another business. Because when he was going out, we didn't know how long he may take. Because we didn't know the circumstances
that made him to rush out. But since he started coming back, I drew my colleague's attention that let him continue.
So that we then finish one business and then start another. Thank you.
Yes. Majority Chief.
Speaker, I'll let you have the day. I'll let you have the day because I don't get the point. But whatever we will do to ensure that we have a smooth conduct of business, I defer to you. You have your day. Let's revert back to the minister. Yes, because I related to you. Hey, so what's the argument about?
Can I? Yes. So the conclusion is that we should revert to question time. Very well. The statement will wait. We'll revert to question time. Which question is next? Honorable Chief will kindly guide me. Which is the last question?
Speaker, I recall we had dealt with the last urgent question. So we're going to 455, if my memory serves me well. We're not going on to 455.
Very well. So question number 455. In the name of the honorable member for Bongo, Edward Abambere Bawa. Very well, I will proceed. Question number 570. Honorable member for Nalerugu Gambaga. Yes, please ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for health if there are plans to build CHIPS compound in the following communities in the Nalerugu-Gambaga constituency to ensure access to health care: Uparibini, Dabari, Gurugu, Somniboma, Soansogi, Namimboku, Nayoku, and La Atargu. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that currently the areas listed in the question have not been captured in our 2022 plans and budget for construction of CHIPS compounds. However, Dabari, Swansobgi, Sumniboma number 1 are all demarcated CHIPS zones in the Sakugu sub-district prioritized for CHIPS earmarked to be constructed in 2024. Similarly, La Atarigu is a community under the Nanori Tinsungu CHIPS zone, which is also prioritized for construction in 2025. On the other hand, Gurugu is a community under Gadantinga CHIPS zone, which has a compound which was operationalized in 2021. Additionally, Naminyala and Nayoku are not currently demarcated CHIPS zones. They both form part of the Bombini CHIPS zone, which has been prioritized to be constructed in 2028. This is because they are more accessible comparatively to Gambaga Health Center, Lambisi Health Center, Bangu CHIPS, and the Baptist Medical Center in Alergu. Our ability to implement these will largely also depend on the quantum of budgetary allocations to the ministry in the subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, any subsequent questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have any follow-up questions. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 573. In the name of the Honorable Member for Akam, Mr. Yaogomado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the plans for the ministry to upgrade the following into polyclinics: KJB Health Center, Amasu Health Center, and Dudu Amamfrom Health Center. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I again we should state that the above named health centers have also not been captured in our 2022 plans. And for that matter, our budget for an upgrade this year is not feasible. We will, however, liaise with the Ghana Health Service to carry out an assessment based on this request and evaluate the facility for consideration budgeting in the ensuing year's budgets. Our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budgetary allocation to the ministry in subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker's answer is well understood, but I just want to plead with him to consider giving priority to at least one of these 3 health centers in the next year budget, so it could be upgraded to Polyclinic in order to reduce the pressure on the St. Mary Teresa Hospital, the only hospital in the whole constituency. The population is about 60,000, and it's sad to say it here that since independence of this nation, the constituency has never had any polyclinic. And the situation in the constituency is so bad. You go to the hospital, you see people that the doctors will not even be able to finish with them. So
thank you, but If you want to ask a question, please formulate a question.
Yeah, I'm only pleading with him to consider converting at least one of these 3 health centers to a polyclinic for us.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I try not to pledge or promise or even make assurances in the chamber because I don't control the national pairs. But I will pray that if you're able to source funding, I will take his plea into consideration, Mr. Speaker. But I want my colleague, if you, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, to try to identify out of the 3 which might be his priority. In case we source funding, then I wouldn't come to you again to ask which one is your priority. So, Mr. Speaker, if you allow him to tell me which of the 3 is his priority, I will note it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful.
Very well. So you talk to him quietly about which one is your priority. Yes, I'll proceed to question number 738 by the honorable member for Nabdam, Dr. Marquette Nawani. Very well. I'll continue. Question number 1043 by the honorable member for Zabzugu, Honorable John Jabba Benam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health. When the Zabzugu District Hospital will be provided with a mortuary to reduce the challenges of depositing dead bodies at Yendi and Tamale, which are considerable distance from Zabzugu.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is aware of the challenges with the mortuary at the Zabzugu District Hospital. Unfortunately, the construction of the mortuary has not been captured in our 2022 plans and budget. We will do a detailed assessment for consideration and budgeting in the 3 years budgets. Our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budget allocation to the Ministry as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any follow-up questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It looks like the Minister is not very sure when they'll be working towards getting the mortuary for the hospital. But it's a very serious challenge, Mr. Speaker. May I know from the Minister when precisely, or can he give me timeline when he'll be able to do that? Recently, precisely on the 4th of November, I was in the constituency. There was a visitor that was on his way to Togo, fell sick, and they rushed him to the hospital and he passed on. The body was left in the corridors of the hospital for almost 8 good hours. I had to arrange with the Zabzugu police to carry the body in their pickup from Zabzugu to Tamale. And these are issues that we faced on daily basis. Is it possible for the Minister to consider doing it now that we are yet to start with the 2023 budget, if he can factor it into the 2023 budget?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, some part of my colleague's question It's very difficult to answer. Timelines and when exactly and things like that. It will be difficult for me to answer that part of the question. But all I'll tell my colleague is that I've taken note of this. Mortuaries have been a big challenge across the entire breadth of the country, not only Zabzugu. But we have started talking about and planning about how we can fit some of these facilities with mortuaries. So anytime that we source funding, our markets, we will see what we can do for Zabzugu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, do you have any more?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I still insist. The hospital is incomplete, and the minister knows that, because you can't have a district hospital without a mortuary. And if the minister knows where Zabzugu is, it's far away from other areas at the extreme east of the northern region. So can he do something? Can he fast track something for us? Not just Zabzugu. Zabzugu has a twin district, Tatale. The two constituencies or the two districts, we are in the same soup. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the minister to do something for us.
Yes, Honorable Minister, let's say do something.
Mr. Speaker, I share in the frustration of my colleague and the way he's hammering, asking me to do something. Mr. Speaker, he's a friend of the ministry, and he comes there quietly, clandestinely, from time to time. So I've taken his plea into consideration, and I'll ask one of the deputy ministers who is also available here, Honorable Tina Mensah, to also note our friend's passionate appeal for a mortuary, so that even if I forget and I don't find my other paper where I'm making my notes, my deputy minister will remind me, so that we will try. We will try. I don't want to face the assurances committee. We will try, Mr. Speaker. So he should cool down a little bit. We will try. That is all I can say, so that they don't call me to face the assurances committee in case we are not able to fix anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, is the minister therefore telling me that he's assuring you and the entire House that he's going to try, so that his failure to do that, we can bring him before the assurances committee?
Honorable Member, that's precisely what he's trying to avoid. He says he doesn't want to give assurances which will land him before the assurances committee, but he will try. So please take his word and keep reminding him at the ministry. He says he'll give you assurance outside the chamber. Very well, I'll proceed to the next question. It's in the name of the Honorable Member for Nyaso Uchum, Dr. Dexing Adumako Kiti. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You skipped 738, the question 738. Question 738 was skipped. We'll be grateful if you can.
It wasn't skipped, it was called. There was nobody to ask the question. So I went on. I'll proceed. At the end of it, I'll come back if it's here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the next question is in the name of the Honorable Member of Nyaso Uchum. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, the honorable member of Nyaso Uchum, did indicate to me that I should relay his question on his behalf. But I know I cannot do that without your consent. I therefore rely on your usual magnanimity to seek permission to ask the question on his behalf.
Very well. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health what activities the ministry is engaging to improve blood donation in the country and what benefits are available to donors. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry's priority is to improve voluntary blood donation and reduce the over-reliance on replacement donations by family relations and friends of patients who require blood transfusion therapy. In line with this, the National Blood Service undertake continuous public education programs in the print and electronic media to heighten public awareness of voluntary blood donation. Simple but meaningful information on blood donation is published daily in the Daily Graphic and also through social media. There are also plans to engage the Information Services Department to disseminate messages on blood donation in the various dialects. The National Blood Service, Mr. Speaker, has also established close collaboration with religious bodies, educational institutions, traditional authorities, and corporate organizations to organize blood donation drives on a periodic basis to stock hospital blood banks with safe blood for transfusion. Blood donation activities also take place in some closely knit communities in urban areas, such as fishing communities and zongos. The Ministry has also reached out to all its agencies and other MDAs to incorporate blood donation into their annual work programs. The response by the agencies has been very encouraging. Mr. Speaker, blood donors are educated and encouraged to maintain healthy lifestyles to avoid diseases and to be able to donate regularly, at least once every 4 months. They receive free blood group tests and medical examination or health checks. And those with medical conditions unknown to them are referred to the nearest health facility for appropriate management. Regular blood donation is known to lower blood pressure and reduce risk of cardiovascular conditions such as heart attacks. A donation of 1 unit of blood can save up to 3 lives. People who regularly donate blood feel very good about their altruistic acts, which is known to have positive health outcomes, such as lower risk of depression and greater longevity. In addition, voluntary blood donors are publicly appreciated during the annual World Blood Donor Day in June and National Blood Day in November, where deserving blood donors are awarded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 1145 in the name of the Honourable Member for New Jabin South, Mr. Michael Ochrebefi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the explicit permission from Mr. Honourable Michael Ochrebefi, the Member of Parliament for New Jabin South, to ask his question, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please proceed.
To ask the Minister for Health what additional infrastructure has been provided to the Koforidua Regional Hospital to enable it to operate effectively as a regional hospital. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is in the process of addressing the challenges of the Eastern Regional Hospital to provide quality health care for the people of Eastern Region and beyond, to include even those of us from far away. We are not only adding anything, but, Mr. Speaker, we are actually trying to construct a completely new regional hospital for Koforidua. Currently, the construction and equipping of the Eastern Regional Hospital in Koforidua is ongoing and at about 50% complete. This project is expected to be completed, Mr. Speaker, by December 2023. And I've been encouraged with pictures I see and site visits that my colleagues attend. Unfortunately, the President went there and was amazed at the progress we have made on the construction of that hospital. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's all.
Very well. The next question is number 1147 in the name of the honourable member for Okankwe South, Ms. Dakwa Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the COVID-19 block of the Kaneshi Polyclinic will be handed over to the good people of Okankwe South constituency to help ease congestion and improve healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the construction of the COVID-19 block at the Kaneshi Polyclinic is currently ongoing and is nearing completion. The Ghana Health Service, through its Greater Accra Regional Directorate, is engaging the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, who are the implementers of the project, to expedite action. And I'll also join hands with them to see how the Assembly can quickly complete the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any follow-up question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the block has been handed over. So we're just waiting for when it will be commissioned so the people can have access to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, you're suggesting that work is actually completed and you're waiting for commissioning. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Yes, Honourable Minister, your information appears to be not sufficient.
Mr. Speaker, that is all the information I have. But now that the MP who is from that area has informed me, I will get people to go and inspect. When they finish the civil works, we'll be left with equipment. And that is what may probably hold on the commissioning a little bit. But we're in the process of procuring some equipment with time. We'll look at what specifically we need to put in there, and we'll try and commission the place. I wouldn't give assurances, but I'll talk to my colleague outside the chamber, Mr. Speaker, to see how best we can solve the problem.
Very well. I'll proceed to the next one. Question number 1446, in the name of the honourable member for Gomwa East, Desmond Degraft Pater. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health if there are plans to expand infrastructure in the Porting Polyclinic in the Gomwa East constituency to meet the demand of the people or residents. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that the Porting Polyclinic was part of the 10 polyclinics that were built for the Central Region by the Ministry of Health. This was commissioned for use in 2018, Mr. Speaker, by my good self, and it's currently in full operation with all services being provided as a polyclinic. The theatre of the facility has been expanded and fully equipped for general surgery services to service the people better. According to the Ghana Health Service and the Central Regional Health Directorate, there are no immediate plans for expansion of infrastructure of the polyclinic. We will, however, do an assessment based on the request and evaluate the facility for consideration of further expansion and budgeting in the ensuing year's budgets. Our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budgetary allocation to the Ministry of in subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, Gomwa East in the Central Region is a densely populated. According to the recent population census, Gomwa East is over 308,000 people. Is without any district hospital apart from this polyclinic. Currently, the polyclinic where it's situated serve a lot of people, mostly the accident victim because of Accra-Takoradi stretch. Now, the polyclinic is without any proper blood bank, so much of the blood is unable to store in their facility. Would like to know from you,
would you consider as matter of urgency to provide blood bank for the hospital or for the polyclinic to be used as matter of needed? Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague had actually let me know that the very critical thing they need essentially immediately is a blood bank, I would probably not have even come here to answer any question. But now that he has made his demand very specific, I continue to say I can't assure, but I'll see how best I will link with the facility and the regional directorate to see how we can create some semblance of a blood bank for their use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No further questions to that. Thank you.
Very well. Then continue with the next question, 1447. Yes, honourable member for Gomwa East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to ask the Minister for Health what are the measures or plans the ministry is putting in place to upgrade Neonatal Health Center to a polyclinic due to the current rise of population in the community. Thank you.
Yes, honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is aware that the Neonatal Health Center lacks the needed infrastructure for a polyclinic and have plans to upgrade the facility to a polyclinic. The facility currently has uncompleted buildings, such as the maternity ward, theatre, and others that were initiated by the chief of the community. However, the ministry, through the Regional Directorate of Health Services, is engaging with the relevant stakeholders, including the Gomwa East District Assembly, to complete these abandoned projects to improve upon the infrastructure to benefit a polyclinic standard. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the minister's answer, he said there are plans underway to upgrade the facility to become a polyclinic. Like I said, Gomwa is a densely populated. Nyanyano alone is about 75,000 people living in that catchment area. I want to know from the minister, when will this upgradement be done so that Neonatal Health Center will have a befitting polyclinic? Thank you.
Yes, honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, like we mentioned, I try to shy away from questions that begin with when, because it's difficult for me to answer those type of questions precisely. But that does not mean and imply that nothing will be done about it. Mr. Speaker, I will plead with my colleague to take me in faith and see the outcome of the stakeholder engagement that we are doing. There are certain things that are done in some parts of the country, in some hospitals, by the assemblies and even individuals and philanthropists that do not come to the attention of the ministry until they begin to face certain challenges. And I think this is one of them. Like I said earlier on, we know about the population in Nyanyano. We know that it is ready for expansion, but resources have become a constraint. And going forward, we will see how quickly we can move in to solve the problem by engaging with the assembly, by engaging with the chief, and see how best we can also collaborate and support to get the place properly situated for the people of Nyanyano. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to draw the minister's attention. He made mention in his answers that there are facilities out there that has been provided by or initiated by the chief then. The late chief is no more. He's passed away, is no more. May his soul rest in peace. Which will serve as a maternity ward, theater, and others. So, would like my minister to expedite action on this to make sure that this facility is completed to serve the people of Nyanyano. Thank you. I don't have a question for him again, so just a contribution. Thank you very much.
Very well, thank you. I'll proceed. The next question is 1448 in the name of the Honourable Member for Clotte Colley, Dr. Zanito Ajiman Rollins.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the Adabraka Polyclinic will be upgraded to a district hospital to cater for the increased population density and demands on the facility.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Health Service has not yet decided to upgrade the polyclinic to a district hospital, as the question refers. However, there are a number of infrastructure provisions towards the facility to enable it to deliver quality services to the people within its catchment area. Currently, the Coastal Development Authority, CODA, is funding the Adabraka Polyclinic to expand the outpatient department, provision of conference facilities, and construction of a theatre and offices. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker, could the Minister kindly give timelines on when this will be completed, please?
Honourable, are you able to give timelines for what Coastal Development Authority is doing?
Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to give timelines, but I implore my colleague to be talking to us, those of us in the ministry within here, myself and the deputy ministers, from time to time, and we'll keep updating you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, in the Minister's response, he mentions that the funding for the polyclinic is to expand the outpatient department, provision of conference facilities, and construction of a theatre and offices. I would like to find out whether the provision of an incinerator has been added to this upgrade that's being done, because the polyclinic is in desperate need of an incinerator.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from my answer immediately, I will say no, but I will do some checks to find out. If there is no incinerator there, we will look at how we can manage medical waste in the facility. We are mounting a project that will enable collection of medical waste instead of putting incinerators in all the facilities. But we will check and see whether that arrangement will be more feasible for the polyclinic or looking at an incinerator situation. But for now, I will say this type of additions we are putting onto the facility does not include an incinerator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire whether in the process of deciding what the priority was for the polyclinic, the administrators of the polyclinic were consulted on what they really needed as opposed to what has been provided as part of the plan.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I will not be able to answer this question. I haven't been privy to that discussion. I don't know what informed the selection of these facilities for expansion. So I will not know exactly whether the administrator was consulted or who in charge there granted this audience for CODA to do anything in the facility. I'm afraid that cannot be done. But my colleague can always inquire. Honourable colleague, your MP, you walk into a facility in your constituency, you can talk to them and they will listen and answer some of the questions. Please be friendly with them. After all, you're also a doctor and they will listen to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 1546 in the name of the Honourable Member for Case 2 South, Ms. Abla Jifagomashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the Ketu South Municipal Hospital will be giving the urgently needed neonatal intensive care unit.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, information gathered indicates that the current space of the neonatal intensive care unit of K2 South Hospital is inadequate is inadequate to provide adequate service to the number of patients they receive. The ministry plans to expand the unit and are engaging the relevant stakeholders and partners to solicit for support for the expansion of the neonatal intensive care unit at K2SAF Hospital. Our ability, again, Mr. Speaker, to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of support we receive and the budgetary allocation to the ministry in subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I filed this question before we rose a couple of months ago. This morning I'm very emotional because I didn't even see this coming. I lost a baby in that neonatal place on the 30th of last month, and that would have been my nephew's daughter. I want to ask the Minister for Health whether he has gone to Katu South Municipal Hospital before answering this question. Have you ever visited the hospital, please?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this has become a personal question. But I want to inform my colleague that I have been to K2SAF Municipal Hospital on 2 occasions. That is the day I told I've been to Weta and that enclave, all the hospitals and facilities there, I have walked through them. But let me inform my colleague and other colleagues that this idea of intensive, how do we call it, neonatal intensive care units, weren't plans when hospitals were being built in our country. So if you enter old hospitals like K2SAF Municipal Hospital, like where other hospitals, you realize that NICUs came into board when we are concentrating on maternal and neonatal child care policy. Are makeshift sort of places in almost all hospitals. I visited Kolebu, and Kolebu NICU, I couldn't believe it. They had beds, they had things that they didn't have even space to put them in. So it is not very peculiar to K2SAF Municipal Assembly, but I share with your emotions, and wish you well. But there are things that come up, and we continue to try to resolve the matter from time to time. But again, the constraints that we face is budget. And when it's a time we get budget, some of these things, we don't let them sit by. So we'll see how best we can work on it. And Mr. Speaker, one of our challenges is the fact that over the last 2 years since I joined the ministry, CAPEX that is given to us only comes from ABFA, annual budgetary funding amount. And the PIAC, the Public Interest Accountability Committee that is associated on the oil revenues law, insists that you do something physical for us to identify that this money was used for this. So when you try and put things like NICU inside the hospital, things that are like supplementary, refurbishing, maintenance, they don't pass the audit queries. So the little CAPEX we get to, we can't use for some of these things. And that is why our efforts to try to upgrade these things don't come until we get some donor funds or some World Bank money or program has been tailored for this specifically. But I'll take note of this and see how best things can go. We are sourcing some new World Bank projects, we call it P4R, that is going to strengthen the chip compounds and then do what we call practice of network. We'll see how best we can put in some maternal child, neonatal issues in there and see if we can incorporate some of these things, including the K2SAF Municipal Assembly thing in that area. So we have it on board. It's part of our plans, but money has become a challenge. We will see how best we move when we get resources. I'll note this now and see how best we can support you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, you said that you visited the hospital. Between then and now, has there been any particular efforts that you have put in place? And if you kindly share that with me, thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is still becoming very personal, and I will beg to defer this question to her when we meet in the cafe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me, when you meet at where?
the coffee shop.
Well, the question was for the House. If you think that...
But he's asking personally what I've done, what efforts I've
No,
done.
in your capacity as a minister.
Yes.
Not as the honorable member for
Doma
Doma.
Central.
Well, yes, but as a minister,
Yes.
have you done anything differently?
Yes, because there have been some interventions, but I will not be in the, how do I call it? In my capacity to actually apply or rule out what little interventions have been done since I visited there. I very much remember, remember. The facilities use their IGFs to do certain things in there, and definitely that has been done. I cannot say no to this question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll proceed to the last question. And it, question number 1547, also in the name of the honorable member for Ketu South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to ask the Minister for Health when the Ketu South Municipal Hospital will receive the needed expansion to cater for the ever-growing population in the constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is aware that currently the Ketu South Hospital serves a very large population, but does not have the requisite infrastructure to provide better healthcare services to the people within its catchment area. The Ministry, through its Volta Regional Directorate, has plans to expand the hospital and are currently engaging all the relevant stakeholders and partners to solicit support for this expansion. Again, our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budgetary allocation to the Ministry in subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister assuring this august House that this request will find space in the coming budget? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid no.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the response of the Minister, he indicates that the Ministry, through its regional directorate, has plans to expand the hospital and are currently engaging all relevant stakeholders and partners to solicit support for its expansion. Our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budgetary allocation to the Ministry in subsequent years. So if the answer to my question is no, I'm trying to marry the two, the answer I have here and what he just gave me here, and that leaves me uncertain.
What is in the answer and leaves them divorced? In the subsequent years. Years, not year.
Mr. Speaker, the coming budget will be for the coming year.
Yes.
It's inclusive of the year.
It's not the only year. Subsequent years.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. May I ask my follow-up question? Thank you. Will the Honourable Minister consider in the interim giving us a couple of incubators for the NICO?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, my colleague is pushing me to do what I have vowed not to do in the chamber. But let's rest assured, we are sourcing some funding for some equipment. If we get the ventilators, I'll mark you down and see how best we can support you. But it's not an assurance. I want it to be on record.
The record
Thank you,
says that if you get them, we
if
keep
I
that
get them,
record.
it's a conditional issue. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to now thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to ask the questions and to assure the Minister that I'll be waiting for him in the cafe. Thank you.
That is not in the record. Dr. Honourable Member for Chanapaga. Yes.
No.
Sorry, Nabdam. Yes, you may ask your question.
I rise to ask the Minister of Health, what are the possible causes of co-payments by National Health Insurance Authority registered members at health facilities and what concrete measures the ministry is putting in place to curtail it? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Section 37 of Act 852 spells out the provider payment systems as follows. A, fee for service. B, diagnosis-related groupings. C, capitation. Or D, a payment mechanism that the board, in consultation with healthcare providers and the minister, may determine. The current payment system by the NHIS is fee for service for medicines and Ghana diagnostic-related groupings for service. Co-payments or top-ups are not part of the payments at the moment. However, it persists, and the following have been given as some of the reasons for its occurrence. Delays in claims payment, perception of unrealistic tariffs, and irregular review of tariffs, medicines, and services. The practice has led to member dissatisfaction of the scheme, and the common language being the NHIS is not working. In addressing the issue stated above, Mr. Speaker, the NHIS is collaborating with the Ministry of Finance to ensure regular reinvestment to service providers. There will be regular reviews of the tariffs in response to economic conditions. The current review was done in July 2022, and the process has commenced for the next review. The perception of unrealistic tariffs will be curtailed by strengthening stakeholders' engagements during the process of deriving the tariffs to ensure acceptability and compliance. Mr. Speaker, in addressing this menace, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the National Health Insurance Authority, has undertaken the following measures. The formation of Ministry of Health Interagency Co-Payment Committee, made up of representatives from all provider groups, to sensitize providers on the negative effects of co-payments. And two, the formation of NHIS national, regional, and district co-payment committees to promptly identify and administer the prescribed punitive measures. These committees have been sworn into office and mandated to receive complaints on illegal payments, investigate, resolve, and/or recommend offenders for the appropriate sanctions. The NHIS is working towards full automated claims management to reduce turnaround time. The NHIS has introduced customer service desks and currently operational at 5 health facilities, of which Princess Louis Hospital in Accra is one of them. The customer desk easily picks up member concerns and immediately addresses it. The NHIS is in the process of introducing the pulpit, where a branded NHIS pulpit will be mounted at major health facilities with staff to educate members and address member challenges. The NHIS call center, which operates 24/7 and communicates with stakeholders in 8 different languages, also receives member complaints and acts appropriately. Members of the scheme are also issued membership handbooks, which addresses frequently asked questions on the benefit package of the service, amongst others. Members of the scheme are also issued the membership handbook, which addresses frequently asked questions on the benefit package of the NHIS, amongst others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, for any health insurance, social health insurance system, predictability of the costs and payments by clients is important. With co-payments or top-ups, the cost to the end user varies from one institution to the other. To avoid all this and to be able to pay realistic tariffs, Right Honorable Minister, what is your opinion on the need to amend the law to find extra resources to be able to implement the scheme?
Honorable, opinions are not admissible. Ask questions on facts, not opinions, please.
Okay, do you find the need to amend the law for us to be able to find extra resources to implement the scheme?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague is very much aware that we have always been exploring opportunities and avenues through which we can actually find a way to increase the resources that get into NHIS. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows, as much as I do, that the major sources for NHIS to run efficiently comes from the NHIS IA levy, the pension scheme monies that we deduct, and then the premiums that we pay from individuals, and we take donations and contributions from philanthropists and donors. All of these ones are monies that come from individuals. The levy is a tax. You don't need to amend the law to increase that if you all accept that that is the way we should go. The pension schemes that we deduct 2.5% was very controversial when we were beginning the schemes setup. And so since after we introduced it, we haven't changed it from 2.5 to anything. So these are challenges for all of us. But if we get resources, I believe and I know that NHI will work better. So we're only praying for the day that we'll all accept that this is the way we should go. And when I bring something based on stakeholder engagement and it's acceptable, we'll move into that direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
In your answer, you stated that the practice has led to members' dissatisfaction of the scheme, and the common language is that the NHIS is not working. Honorable Minister, this is very, very true. The NHIS is not working. Considering the fact that the reasons given, delays in claims payments, perception of unrealistic tariffs, irregular review of tariffs have existed for the past 5 years. Do you think that there's a need for a national dialogue on the way forward?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is again soliciting my opinion. Do I think that's a national dialogue? I pause for your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
What you're saying is that what you think does not matter. That's it. If I understand you, you're saying that what you think does not matter. Very well. You'll have one more opportunity. Yes.
Honorable Minister, just what I wanted to know is because there's a need. I mean, something has to start from somewhere. And I believe that with the situation that we find ourselves now, the executive wing of government should be prompted to think of starting a dialogue that will either regularize the co-payment or remove it or do something about it, because actually it's making the health insurance not working as we expect. Okay, my last question. In paragraph 6, you stated that in addressing the issue, the NHIS is collaborating with the Ministry of Finance to ensure regular reimbursement to service providers. However, in reality, For the past 5 years, the Ministry of Finance have been delaying the transfer of monies belonging to National Health Insurance Authority into its accounts, as stipulated by the 30 days. Now, Mr. Minister, what extra measures do you intend to take to ensure that the Minister of Finance carry out this aspect of the law? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a minister, I'm doing all the best that I can do to ensure the Minister for Finance gives us the funds that we need. So I'll continue pressing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In the Minister's answer, specifically in paragraph 3, where he gives the reasons why there's co-payment, he listed delays in claims payment, perception of unrealistic tariffs, and irregular review of tariffs. And he goes on to give the measures that the ministry is taking. But if you look at it, it's only on the issue of the delays in claim payment. I just want to find out, what are you doing to address the other 2 reasons that you have listed as causes of co-payment? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the last 2, perception of unrealistic tariffs and irregular review of tariffs are closely knitted. They imply about the same thing. But if you go to the next 2 paragraphs, I'll put in there will be regular reviews of tariffs in response to economic conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That brings us to the end of question time. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Your discharge, Honourable Minister. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we are billed to have a committee of the whole, but as was earlier agreed, we'll take a statement by the Deputy Minister, after which we'll break into a committee of the whole. We are expecting the Ghana Enterprise Agency and the Ministry of Finance to give us some briefing on the youth start. So, if you may, we should now take the statement by the Deputy Minister.
Yes. Honourable Member for Sisala East, you may read your statement now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, 19th November 2022, Ghanaians will mark the commemoration of yet another World Toilet Day. The day was set aside by the United Nations for member countries to undertake various advocacy and awareness-raising activities to remind their citizens of the need to own and use hygienic toilets in their homes, schools, workplace, and the communities. Mr. Speaker, the World Toilet Day is observed every year on 19th November by all UN member countries. This International Day of Action aims at breaking the taboo around toilets and to raise global awareness of the daily struggle for proper toilets that a staggering 2.5 billion people around the world face. The main reason for commemorating this day is to unite everybody who is passionate about toilets to ensure that access to improved toilets, which has been declared a human right issue by United Nations General Assembly Resolution A/RES/64/292 on
28 July 2010 becomes a reality for all. Mr. Speaker,
This year, the World Toilet Organization and the Water Supply Sanitation Collaborative Council
are joining forces to encourage different groups, such as the media, development organizations, the private sector, civil society, and politicians
to advocate and take action for safe, improved toilet for the toiletless in the world. Over the past decade, World Toilet Day has become an important platform to raise awareness, inspire advocates, and demand action from our leadership at all levels. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's commemoration is, and I quote, sanitation and groundwater, unquote, with campaign tag, making the invisible visible. This theme was carefully selected to drum home the direct correlation between sanitation and groundwater sources, juxtaposing this theme with the fact that a whopping 18% households in Ghana still practice open defecation or do not have access to toilet at all, should be a major concern for all meaning Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we are here today because the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources wishes to emphasize the importance of toilets in the lives of every Ghanaian. There is a need for everybody to reflect on the need to build, own, and use improved toilet facilities at home. It is critical for people and institutions at large to understand that the moment one practices open defecation, everybody's life is endangered. We want all Ghanaians to reflect on the difference between life with a toilet at home and life without a toilet at home. Let us imagine a day without a toilet facility in the life of a school child, especially a girl child. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to know that in today's world, where modern technology is penetrating the furthest outskirts of this planet, a silent crisis is taking place and seriously affecting the health, well-being, dignity, and development of millions of people. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to note that just 1 gram of feces can contain 10 million viruses, 1 million bacteria, and 1,000 cysts, and 100 worm eggs. The impact of poor or non-existent toilet facilities on people's health, quality of life, dignity, and income is overwhelming. This makes safe disposal of human feces a key concern for all. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that at any given moment, half of the developing world's people are sick from diseases associated with unsafe water and improper sanitation. The health systems, as well as individuals, are paying a high price for this. According to the World Health Organization, if everyone had access to safe sanitation and water, the world's health sector would save around $12 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, in all these discussions, the hardest hit are children. Diarrheal diseases, a direct consequence of inadequate sanitation, are the second leading cause of death of young children under 5 years of age. In developing countries, killing more than HIV and AIDS, malaria, and measles combined. Mr. Speaker, lack of proper toilet facilities is in no small way contribute to poverty and undermine the economic and social development of a country like Ghana.
Recent studies by UNICEF reveal that investing in sanitation brings prosperity and growth. Each dollar spent on sanitation gives an economic return of $5. Toilets have thus good investment outcomes for any country. Mr. Speaker, although the sanitation crisis comes from a set of complex causes, the prime reason is that nobody likes to talk about toilets, and too few nations and local governments give sanitation the priority it deserves. What the sanitation challenge needs is leadership. Politicians and decision makers, the international community, religious authorities, businesses, media, and local communities need to learn, speak out, and act on issues of sanitation. Mr. Speaker, additionally, sanitation directly impacts the lives of women and girls. Every day, millions of women and girls lack privacy and have to wait for ducts to relieve themselves, often a dangerous practice which predisposes them to sexual harassment and rape. According to a report titled, and I quote, "Out of Order, the State of the World's Toilet," unquote, published by Water Aid in 2017, proper sanitation facilities are also instrumental for women and girls during menstruation, who need space for washing and somewhere to dispose of sanitary pads, especially for adolescent girls. A clean and private toilet impacts their school performance. However, menstruation and its management remain far too often hidden in a culture of silence due to lack of toilets and changing rooms. Mr. Speaker, girls who don't have decent toilets at school or near home have to defecate in the open or use unsafe, unhygienic toilet, often shared with boys. Aside from the health risks, this is uncomfortable, embarrassing, and put them at risk and verbal and even physical abuse. To avoid the embarrassment, they will often avoid eating and drinking during the day, making it hard to concentrate at school. Once they start their period, girls are more likely to miss classes or drop out if there is not a decent toilet at school. It is estimated that in sub-Saharan Africa, 1 in 10 girls miss school during their period. Mr. Speaker, everyone has a right to health and dignity, and women and girls have specific needs too. Meeting these requires their equal and active participation in decision-making about sanitation and hygiene. Female biological needs make a lack of toilet particularly harmful for women and girls, from birth through childhood, into puberty, throughout adult life, and into old age. Mr. Speaker, the effect of lack of access to improved toilet contribute to the death of 3,600 children. Children under 5 die annually in Ghana, according to World Health Organization 2015 Global Health Observatory Data Repository on Ghana. The main cause of these avoidable deaths is diarrhea, which is also attributed to open defecation or use of unsafe toilets. Mr. Speaker, it is undeniable fact that Ghanaians are paying a high price for lack of toilets in their homes. Ghana loses over $290 million every year, according to Water and Sanitation Program of the World Bank 2012 study titled, and I quote, "Economic Impact of Poor Sanitation in Ghana," unquote. Economic cost of open defecation to Ghana is also pegged at $79 million. Improved sanitation could save families and individuals a lot of income and time, and hence improve their livelihood and give them economic empowerment. Mr. Speaker, a World Bank country environmental analysis conducted in Ghana has shown that health costs resulting from poor water, sanitation, and hygiene cost the country the equivalent of 2.1% of annual gross domestic product. The indirect effects of malnutrition, to which poor water and sanitation contributes 50%, according to World Health Organization, cost even more than the direct effects, taking the total health cost to 5.2% of annual GDP in Ghana. The study also demonstrates that poor water and sanitation significantly low productivity and work productivity, from impaired cognitive function and learning capacity. Rates of moderate and severe stunting and underweight are high in children under 5 in Ghana at 29% and 14% respectively. Mr. Speaker, Poor and lack of toilets can have larger scale effects. First, it can impact on foreign tourists choosing Ghana as their holiday destination. Second, it can affect business and play an influential role in where foreign businesses invest their money. Emerging evidence from Asia suggests that a country's reputation of poor environment and an unhealthy workforce can affect the earning power of foreign currencies and hence hinder economic growth. Furthermore, as the effects of climate change are felt, with increased predictions of extremes such as flooding and drought, it will become even more important to invest in appropriate toilets to ensure the availability and safety of these facilities, as well as appropriate sanitation options that do not further stress water supplies nor pollute dwindling water resources. Mr. Speaker, the other benefits of improved sanitation rarely captured in economic studies are intangible impacts, so-called because they are difficult to measure. These aspects may include dignity, comfort, privacy, security, and social acceptance. An undeniable basic need is to have a nearby, safe, and private place to defecate, and this is especially true for women, the elderly, the sick, and also children. Improved adequate toilet facilities at schools can improve school enrollment, attendance, and completion, and at the workplace can increase female participation at the workplace. Hence, toilets promote social equality and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, investing in toilets is not only politically popular and socially beneficial, but it makes good economic sense. Economic evidence supports that attaining countries' SDG target to achieve universal and adequate sanitation coverage does not only improve quality of life, but also bring tangible health, environmental, and economic benefit. Improving access to sanitation contributes importantly to the achievement of other SDG targets. Mr. Speaker, the country's medium-term plan for 2022 to 2025 says at 61.85% of the total population will have access to at least basic sanitation services, with 45% having access to safely managed liquid sanitation services. Also, the country's pledge to the UN SDGs to achieve equitable and adequate sanitation for all and end open defecation will be due in less than 8 years from now. In practice, this will require that nearly 2 million people should have access to basic sanitation service each year until 2030. Achieving these objectives will require a coordinated, cost-effective, and inclusive response. As a country, we need to invest a minimum of 12.24 billion Ghana cedis capital investment alone, which translates into containment cost, emptying and treatment cost, and institutional facilities. The health impacts of poor sanitation trap people in poverty, making it difficult to get educated or work to support their families. It goes without saying that everyone without this basic human right called toilet is affected. But it is worse for some than others. For example, women and girls, older people, and people with disabilities are affected most. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has committed to ending open defecation and achieving access to safely managed sanitation for all by 2030 as part of the Sustainable Development Goals SDGs, paying special attention to the needs of women and girls. However, progress made to date has not been fast enough, and this needs to change. Mr. Speaker, to reverse this gloomy picture about Ghana as far as access to toilets is concerned, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, in collaboration with key stakeholders, will, among others, undertake the following. A. Pursue aggressively the One House, One Toilet initiative to ensure households get decent toilets in their homes. In the next 1 year, a total of 200,000 toilets will be added to the toilet stock in the country. B, facilitate the construction of toilet facilities in schools and health facilities across the country. C, collaborate with the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General to set specific dates to trial sanitation cases, which include construction of toilets. D, collaborate with the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, and in effect its MMDAs to ensure toilets and other sanitary facilities in public institutions are kept clean and safe all the time. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to inform you that no cholera outbreak has been reported in Ghana since 2017. While I commend government under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for pragmatic measures put in place to address the challenges of access to sanitation, let me take this opportunity to thank WASH stakeholders and partners within the sector for their support all these years. Partners like UNICEF, World Bank, World Health Organization, Water Aid, Plan Ghana, Patriot Relief Services, Global Communities, USAID, World Vision Ghana, IRC, SMV, Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, Rotary Club, and CONIWAS have been very supportive to my ministry, for which we are grateful. In a country where there are more mobile phones per household than toilet, we need to continue talking about the need to have toilets in all homes and institutions in Ghana. This, I believe, will help maximize the health, economic, and social benefit of toilets among the good people of Ghana. Let us advocate and stand up for the toiletless in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Now, members, that was a rather long one, but I hope members concentrated and are ready to contribute. Yes, the honourable member for Clotte-Colley.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable colleague on World Toilet Day. Mr. Speaker, the theme this year, which is about making visible the invisible, is mainly about the impact of the sanitation crisis on groundwater. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why groundwater is so important is the fact that as we talk about the drilling of boreholes tap directly into groundwater. And the expectation is that groundwater should not be contaminated as it's a source of drinking water for various communities. And therefore, in dealing with the impact of sanitation above ground, it has a knock-on effect on communities that may be far removed from these areas, but that are tapping into groundwater, which ultimately will affect their health. Mr. Speaker, in looking at some of the technologies available with regards to toilet facilities...
Honourable member, hold on.
Thank you.
There's too much noise in the chamber. Honourable member for Tema West. Honourable member for Tema West, can you resume your seat? Every member in the chamber must please resume his seat. Well, Honourable Tete, I ask that everybody resumes his or her seat. Please resume your seat. Honourable member, continue. Can we have some silence in the House, please? Yes. Honourable member for Clotte-Colley, please continue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. With regards to the issue of groundwater and preserving and protecting it as a source of drinking water, it's important to take note that as we look at various technologies that are employed in how we expand the access to toilets in homes and in communities, Remember that with the crisis that we're witnessing with climate change, protecting and preserving our water bodies is key, and groundwater forms an important source of this. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate this day, it's an important thing to recognize the fact that access to sanitation and good toilet facilities for communities across the country is still not equitable, and there is not enough access as well. Should I continue? And therefore, it's important that we accelerate the access that various communities have to toilet facilities that are acceptable for all persons and does not put anyone at a disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, in the statement that was made, it was clear that there is a dissonance between the provision of services and some of the needs that some women and girls face, especially around the time of their menstrual period. We still have a lot of communities where there is a stigma with regards to what girls do at this time of the month, and therefore are missing several days of school, which also affects their representation going up in terms of the educational access and capacity. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the government really intensifies its efforts to provide the toilet facilities in houses. And yes, the concept of one household and one toilet is laudable, but one household having one toilet is not enough. That should be the minimum requirement for households. And in terms of provision of toilet facilities, it has to be based on the number of people who live in a house, because you can only have so many people using one particular toilet facility. Mr. Speaker, the use of sewage as a source of energy should also be looked at as we consider some of the constraints we have in energy production in various communities. So, seeing as in some communities there isn't already the access to proper toilet facilities, the technology that is available to be able to turn wastewater into energy or to clean it up and use it as a source of fertilizer for the crops in the community need to be looked at, so that we are actually making use of some of the waste facilities in the various communities to support the communities that we are referring to that need help in terms of the provision of toilets. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Kwadaso.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by Honourable Hygiene Amidu, who is Deputy Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, on World Toilet Day, which falls on 19th of November each year. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important statement, and I need to pat the back of the Deputy Minister and the maker of the statement for making this statement. The Speaker, is because we live long or die early based upon the nature of our environment. If you live in a society where you have a very good environment, proper sanitation and hygiene, it is more likely that we can guarantee longevity in terms of our lifespan. That is why all steps must be made, all efforts put in place to ensure that the sanitation that surrounds us is something that will promote our well-being and also protect our health. Making provision for toilets in households, for me, is very important, because you go to some communities, some homes, they don't have toilet facilities, and that is injurious to the health of those who live within those environments. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 7 and 8, when the maker of the statement was enumerating steps that the ministry is putting in place to ensure that we have a clean environment and also the availability of toilets in households and communities, it was conspicuously missing the need to have public place of convenience in communities. Mr. Speaker, you go to some areas, especially
new areas, new developing areas. There are no public places of convenience in those places. So, in as much as we are thinking about families and households, we must also be thinking about guests, people who visit these communities. How do they get a place of convenience? How do they get toilets if some are not built there? So I'm thinking that the ministry must also avert their minds to this area in ensuring that we have public place of convenience in communities that will not only serve the inhabitants of those areas, but people who also visit those areas. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, is something that is noteworthy and must be done. It is also painful to me that in this day and age, we are talking about the fact that we need to have household toilets. We are in the 21st century. And I think that we need to hasten our steps and efforts and ensure that every household will have a decent place of convenience. And it's mostly because of its health implication. As Speaker, in this country, you go to buy maybe food, and you see vendors selling along gutters, open drains. You go and buy food, and you are buying disease. You go and buy food, and you are buying your death warrants. In some areas, you see that toilets are emptied, the feces are emptied into open drains, into gutters, and people go and buy. Children go and buy, and you buy the food, you buy disease, you buy the food, and you are buying a death warrant. So I think that we need to, do much to forestall these negative health consequences on our being. As Speaker, on that note, I want to once again comment the maker of the statement, and also thank you for the opportunity given me to add these few words to his statement. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to acknowledge and applaud the maker of the statement, Honorable Amidu Chinya, MP for Sisala East, and to say that it's a paper that's very well researched, and I associate with a lot of the things that he has mentioned, most especially the part that affects women and especially girls, who every month by nature have to menstruate. And I'm sure that I'm about to embarrass some people in the room. Mr. Speaker, every month, whether a woman likes it or not, nature will make you lose 3 or 5 days. And for some, it comes with a lot of pain. And for some, it's longer days, some shorter days. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that in 2022, we still don't have places of convenience where a woman can go and change her sanitary towel because nature demands that she does. Mr. Speaker, earlier contributors have mentioned also the fact that this keeps our girls away from school. The part that also saddens me greatly is the luxury tax that is on the sanitary towels that our girls need. So you may even provide the facility for them to go and change their sanitary towels, but the cost of that towel itself is an issue we have to deal with. Mr. Speaker, imagine if you have to wrap toilet roll around your hand to use in place of a pad, and you don't even have a proper, decent toilet facility to use. It is most embarrassing, it is uncomfortable, it reduces your dignity. Mr. Speaker, I'm truly, truly grateful for this message. I want to use the opportunity to draw attention to the Sustainable Development Goals 3 and 6. 3, which says good health and well-being. Looking out for our well-being as women is ensuring that all our marketplaces have toilet facilities, that our schools have toilet facilities, so that our girls can have a decent place to use, not only for nature's call, going to urinate and the second one, but also so they can have a place of dignity to take care of themselves. Goal number 6, clean water and sanitation. We have fallen short of expectation. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to do whatever it can and to support this call by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Sisterland East, and to say that, finally, in this country, we did have a policy that ensured that fuel stations had toilets. We can do it again. We can do it again and provide toilet facilities in all our public spaces so that we can end the shame that women go through when they have their menstrual cycle. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity and urge the Honourable Member of Parliament to continue with his good work. I thank you very much.
Yes, leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on the statement ably moved by the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation. Mr. Speaker, in making these few comments,
Honourable Leader, kindly permit me to extend the sitting. Honourable members, having regards to the business of the House, I direct that the House sitting is extended. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to provision of toilets, I think in 2017 as a country we started very well. And I'm making reference to we recognizing that there were deficits in the provision of toilet to most of our communities. So, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government signed a memorandum with a private company, that's the Ghana First Company, to provide toilet facilities to a number of communities. Mr. Speaker, in 2017-2018 alone, about 2,000 toilet facilities were started. About 1,486 contractors were involved. But Mr. Speaker, when the ministry was divided into two, ownership of those facilities became a problem. And as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, most of those toilets have been abandoned. So when you are traveling from Accra to Kumasi to the Bono Ahafo region, Mr. Speaker, you realize that there are uncompleted toilet facilities left and right. Mr. Speaker, if we are able to complete the 2,000 toilets alone, it will help a lot in closing the gap between the house and the have-nots in terms of provision of those toilets. But Mr. Speaker, one mistake that we did as a country was that because it was a private company signing a memorandum with a ministry to do this project, we didn't take into consideration the number of people in some of the communities. So you go to a small community with a population of about 500, and they were given 20-seater toilet facilities of about 2 or 3. So they are not economically viable. But you know, as you are operating them, there will be operational cost. So, Mr. Speaker, in commending the maker of the statement for bringing this to our attention, I want to draw the attention of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation that they should liaise or continue with the memorandum that was signed, even though the matter is with the Attorney General as I speak, to make sure that the company is able to secure funding to be able to complete them. Inability of the company to get the funding, the ministry should adopt all those 2,000 toilets. Then we see a way of completing them, because it is part of our national resources, whether private or public, that were used to provide them. If we allow them uncompleted like that, the company doesn't win, the contractors don't win, the nation also don't win, and the communities where they are located are also not benefiting from them. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, I once again want to commend the maker of the statement and to call on those two ministers concerned or ministries concerned to liaise with the Ghana First for us to complete those abandoned toilets to be able to do away or eradicate open defecation in our society. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, majority bench. Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the maker of the statement, the Honorable Deputy Minister, has done a yeoman's job. Mr. Speaker, the basic fact is that there are some things that we don't want to talk about. But I believe that this statement is making the invincible visible. Mr. Speaker, if you look at sanitation and groundwater, clearly we all understand that when somebody practices open defecation, he endangers everybody. And that is the reason why we need to look at this business of toilets, especially at home, key in national development. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I first came to Parliament, I thought the business of talking about toilets was a big taboo. So Professor Honorable Mike Aaron Quay broached the matter as a major statement on the floor of this House. And I believe that to date, we've all every year tried to celebrate it. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that in the same way we have the energy, the power, and the resources to organize funerals in our homes and for our homes, we should have the same energy to build toilets at home for ourselves and our family. Mr. Speaker, in the same way, we have energy to do big parties, big parties every year, birthday, 5-year celebration, chapel, whatever. We should have the same energy to build toilets in our homes. Mr. Speaker, when I was the Finance Committee Chairman of the Metropolitan Assembly of Sekebita, I always insisted that I won't build community toilets. The toilets have to be built at home. And I want to tell you, people are eager to pay the 50% cost towards the Urban Sanitation Environmental Project, EUSP, to get a toilet in their homes. And it was always oversubscribed. So I do believe that if you put our national energy towards making sure that the 18% of Ghanaians who don't have toilets, will be able to cross over the bridge. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges is that when there are no toilets in homes and in schools, it becomes a problem, especially for the girl child, because they have special needs. And sometimes in the coastal areas of this country, when you see the way we have openly defecated and make those places tourist unattractive, clearly, I believe that we need to do something more than what we are currently doing to make sure that the 18% of Ghanaians who don't have toilets in their homes do have it. Also, there are also public toilets that already existed. I believe that if you look at what Ghana First was trying to do, which has not been successful, we might have to relook at the package and see whether the assemblies can value them at their level, not at those expensive levels that those projects were built. And then maybe absorb them and make sure they become productive. Because we also have the 2007 Jubilee Year toilets, which are also scattered across the length and breadth of the country. That also needs to be done so that they are productive. The reason why, because you cannot keep those capital sitting idle, doing nothing. It is better we complete them, generate some revenue out of it, and use it in maintaining them, or even use the proceeds that we get out of it to support those who want to build toilets in their homes. I believe that by now, as a country, we should demarcate that for all metropolitan and municipal areas, there shouldn't be public toilets, unless maybe they are doing it in a school or in other parts. So that whatever revenues or monies they have, they should be able to use that to support households, to make a contribution as well, to be able to use that to build toilets in their homes. Because sanitation at home is always better than communal sanitation. Because if you are not careful, you might pick diseases from the communal toilets that we don't want to bring them home. And I believe that even if disease starts from homes and people use home toilets, we are clearly sure that it can be contained at that level and not spread to the larger community. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the call by the Ministry of Water and Sanitation is key in making sure that we provide or get our own toilets and make sure that sanitation and health is up in our communities, in our institutions, and in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have my voice.
Very well. No, I was looking for you earlier. I didn't know you have moved forward, but when I came here, you deferred to the regional minister. So, sorry, we've lost your chance. Honourable members, I think this statement brings up an important issue which we must all pay attention to. By and large, many communities appear to be ceding the personal responsibility to provide toilets for their homes to the public, so to speak. And we members of Parliament have become, unfortunately, the whipping boys and girls for communities where those facilities are not provided. I think our focus should be to encourage and orientate people to understand that it is first and foremost their personal responsibilities to provide toilet facilities in their homes. If, as individuals, they may not afford it, as a group, they should be able to pull resources together and provide it for themselves. There are communities that have no business calling on MMDCs or MPs to provide them with public toilets. But unfortunately, they become the electoral deciders. What sometimes is frustrating is when you've managed to mobilize resources to build a facility for a community, they use it for 5 years, and they tell you that it is full or it is broken down. Come back and repair it. Often, the community selling the services. People are paying for the use of it. Convert that cash, call it community money. But you, the MP or the MCE, should find room and build another one for that. I think it is time we politically stood together and insisted that people must take responsibility for their personal hygiene and sanitation. Of course, there's also to support the truly needy, but we should not permit entire communities to shirk their responsibility of providing toilet facilities for themselves. On that note, I thank the Honourable Deputy Minister, congratulate him for bringing this matter up, and for members for contributing so strongly to support the statement. Honourable members, it is time to revert to the Committee of the Whole. I'll suspend sitting and come back so that the Committee of the Whole will continue. Yes.
Speaker, may I plead that we can take an adjournment, and after the adjournment, then we converge, we will reconverge into a committee of the whole. I think better than suspending sitting.
Very well. In that case, the House is adjourned till Thursday, November 17th, 2022, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
They say sex makes a man weak before battle. There are those who also believe that doing it with the right person makes you stronger for battle. Over the years, the Black Stars, there's been several reports of the players sneaking in girls to their hotel rooms. And to these reporters, that is one of the reasons why we've been not performing in major tournaments and then not being able to win the AFCON for more than 40 years. Today on the GhanaWeb Mundial show, we are discussing the myth of no sex before game. All over the continent, all over the world, there are regulations about sex in every country. Ghana, according to several reports, our own is that no sex because they believe it affects the spirit around the team bonding and everything. Today, I have the perfect guest to discuss this topic with you. My name is Joel Leshen, and this is GhanaWeb Mundial right here on GhanaWeb TV. Stay with me as I go for a break. When I return, I'll introduce the guest and then we'll start the discussion. Today, we are talking about the myth surrounding sex before game. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching GhanaWeb Mundial right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, we are talking about the myth of no sex before game. Football, basketball, cricket, everything. There is a myth surrounding it that, oh, if you are going to play, if you are going to box, you don't have to have sex because it might affect your performance. Many of these people who say that believe that spiritually it works against the athlete. Joining me to do this discussion and then in connection to the Black Stars is the editor of blackpepper.com, Mystic Mike. Mystic, good morning and thanks for joining me here.
Many thanks for having me.
And then one of my favorites, my favorite person, Ama Bruni. His father said his name is Paulo Poku, but he prefers Ama Bruni, Paul Ama Bruni, Ama with double M, exactly. Host of Moons and Cuddles, and then Nkomo. Yes, and then for lately, I've been seeing her host Talkatainment too on GhanaWeb TV.
It's an entertainment journalist thing, yeah.
All right, Bruni, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here.
Thanks. Myths around sex before game. What have you heard about the relationship between sex and then sports? But because we are talking about the Black Stars and the World Cup, we will limit it to football.
Great. So usually when we talk about sex, we all think about the good feeling, but then we overlook the benefit it gives to the body, right? Yeah. Sex is good, depending on how you do it. You get what I'm saying? But in football, we've had there's been so many stories where people actually think that when you have sex before a big game or a big event, it will diminish your performance. But then researchers, people who are qualified, who are in that field, have proven that actually sex contributes to a player's performance. So it is not entirely true. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I read about it and then I realized that just like eating good, sleeping good, having good sex before a big game can make your immune system happy. Okay. And sex is also a form of exercise. And when we talk about sportsmen, what do we say? They have to exercise all the time. So if you're having sex with the right person, it will keep you fit. That's not to say it will replace the whole treadmill thing or working exercising on the pitch is different. But then having sex will help, you know, blood circulation and all that. It really helps. So sex for sportsmen will help. It depends on what you're doing. You see, some people believe in spirituality. Ahead of a big game, someone will decide, I want to keep myself holy, pray to God and stuff like that. That is different. You get what I'm saying? So someone like that will abstain from sex because they've committed the game to the hands of God and all that. But then for someone who's got a wife or a committed girlfriend, having sex before the big game will help. And even after the game, you get what I'm saying? It reduces stress, it reduces your anxiety levels. So if I was a coach, right, and then I know that my people, I have some people who are married, I would advise them, go out and play. When we come back, we play big time on the field. So it is not entirely true. I would say it's a myth. And it doesn't apply to just men. Women, both men and women, it really helps. And this is not based on just fabrication. I'm just saying it. I've read about it.
We'll go into what the experts have written that you got a chance to read because that's your field. Moons and Cuddles, as on GhanaWeb TV. Mystic, what have you heard before we go into what the experts have been saying about it? What have you heard about the myths surrounding sex football?
Well, generally, coaches and managers are wary of their athletes and engaging in sex before crunch games, fearing that there might be injuries, fearing that there might be fatigue. And so they'll be lethargic during peak performance time. And so even at Munchendi level, the coaches who serve as mentors and fathers urge the young ones that as much as possible reduce the incidence of sex prior to crunch games that we need to win. Because their thinking was that you would not have the stamina to be able to be fielded for the 90 minutes. You can't perform at your maximum output because you had given away your energy to a woman prior to that game, you know. So that was the thinking around. And I went to a Saito school. I went to Sempe 8 GSS at Mamprobi, the Salvation Park. It was a series of parks. We had about 5 parks because it was a combination of schools. Different schools. So, and you know, those days there was land. There was land. So our time, we could play ball from one school park to the other. You know, and something I realized that during the zone competitions, the other things, the coaches were very particular and urging the players that if you want to excel, if you want to go far, you must be wary of the women because they will take your energy away. But of course, as the years have worn on, and as research has shown, it gives mixed signals. There's mixed signals to this thing, and as you mentioned, that when we get to it, we'll discuss it.
The myth surrounding sex and football, that is what we're talking about on this episode of the GhanaWeb Moon Year right here on GhanaWeb TV. Brony, bringing it down to the Black Stars, and I know for most of the women I know, I cannot point 5 ladies who love the Black Stars more than you.
Exactly.
They just ended AFCON. I think we did most of the coverage with you. And then after the tournament, we had reports that players were sneaking in girls to their team hotels. And then probably having sex must have been the reason why we performed horribly in our last game against Comoros. Linking it to what you've read, what the experts have said about having sex before games, how do you, when you hear this report, how do you react to it?
Okay, great. It's because of the 40-year drought, right?
Yeah.
We expect more from the Black Stars. They were our favorite. Anytime they go for World Cup, AFCON, we know they're going to perform. But then for some years, we haven't seen that wow performance. So because of that, everybody bore. We all bore. So the least thing that we'll do, it will get on our nerves. They call it sneaking. These people, sometimes those are like the girlfriends that we know. We report about girlfriends and wives of footballers. So when you say you are sneaking the person in, I think we can replace it. But as I stated,
I think they use the word sneak because per the camp rules,
you are not allowed to bring someone in. Great. I'll come to that aspect,
Yeah.
but I'm saying that it's because of the whole thing about Black Stars. Currently, they are not performing; they are underperforming. That is why the least thing, as I told my friend, I said, the least thing you the bomb. You get what I'm saying? So it's because of that. But then let's appreciate that Black Stars, anytime they are going to play, is full of tension. Like everybody's watching. Even if you try to do your best, like they want something more from you. So we have identified that sex actually reduces stress and anxiety levels. So why don't we go for it? Some people are doing it, but as I stated, any time, you get what I'm saying? I might be in that camp. I might be very spiritual. I'm praying to God, like, God, please give us a breakthrough. And then I see my friend, you know, making love with someone, right? I want to say me fasting. You get what I'm saying? So with that, I think it should be private. Yeah. It should be private. You shouldn't make it obvious. You know, some people are in the camp for various reasons. Some people are out there to get the news, the gossip, and all that. So if you want to make out, find someone and make out. Don't make it so obvious. Besides, you don't put these ladies in good lights because the men, they always get away with it. And the girl's name will pop up. Oh, you were sneaked into the... I had an interview with one of these ladies. She had to clarify the whole thing about... I don't want to go details into it. So I'm saying that it's just because of, you know, if the Black Stars were our darling boys back then, I'm not sure this would have been a big deal. But then you underperform, you two are getting sex. You know, you get what I'm saying? We ain't hit at that.
All right, so what is the scientific evidence backing this, per what you've heard from the experts? Having sex before game, does it really affect your performance on the day?
No, it doesn't. I would say it doesn't because there's this university in Pennsylvania. There was some researchers who were saying that it actually keeps your immune system happy. It reduces stress and anxiety levels, and then it's a good form. See, sometimes you walk into an office space, you see someone come happy. They're like, hey, sister, no. Maybe you got some D before coming. You get what I'm saying? When you have good sex, it's so obvious. You get what I'm saying? A woman, you get to orgasm. It's so obvious that, you know, you've been relieved. Sex is a good therapy, right? But then because of the whole certain that it's not even limited to Africa. There are even foreign, some coaches who would say that, okay, because of that myth, I don't want my players to have sex before. Save the energy. But then it's not all about losing the energy. There are so many things that... Great. Sex is not always losing. We say, oh, then men, you use all your energy, you transfer it to the woman. No. It relieves your blood circulation. It gives you a free mind, a clear mind to play and score and make the nation proud. So I would say that researchers have proven that is... I saw a video about an athlete who was telling the partner that she doesn't want to engage in sex because she doesn't want to underperform. But then it showed that when she had some good dick, I'm sorry, allowed to say that. I think it wasn't called, it was 18 plus. Sorry. When you have some good sex, you go on the field and you perform. So it has proven. So we should move from, the hearsay, the myth, and then accept the reality. If your player wants to have sex and then they have a wife, because I know that some wives are being starved, because my husband is telling me that, my coach says that I shouldn't have sex, and then the players, this is our rules. You are starving somebody's legit wife. She should enjoy her husband, regardless of your play. And she's even helping. She's even contributing her quota to making sure that the boys win their trophy or whatever. So the Black Stars, we should give them a little break. You get what I'm saying? But I'm very hopeful that Qatar, they're going to do us proud.
Parama Brony Ama with double M saying that we should give them a break because there is no scientific evidence that shows that sex before game affects the performance of the players. Mistake. I'm going to play a video from one of the sports science in the United States. They did a research experiment of a female boxer. They took his punches, his blood samples, his energy levels, and then they asked her to go and have sex with the husband. When she returned, her punches had increased. The weight in her punch was also heavier before she went to have the sex. We will play the video for the viewers to watch. But what's your take on this with the scientific and then what we've read?
Well, with the Black Stars, for instance, their last outing at the AFCON was a disastrous campaign, not only because of sexual rules, but also because of very poor preparation and having not learned lessons from the previous administrations and from wanting to always benefit on the back of the Black Stars. You will recall that heading into that campaign, Ghanaians were quite critical of player selections. They were critical about the financial arrangements. They were critical about non-disclosure. And it has carried forward right into this campaign that we are heading into Qatar as well. We have about 18 days into Qatar's maiden World Cup hosting, and other countries have released lists of their players. Ours have not as yet done it. Other countries have released budgets for their expenditure going into the campaign. Ours is telling us that they have designed a budget that deals with every stage they get to and the money they get, and that even with all of those, it is only after the campaign when they return that they would make those disclosures, the monies allocated and all that. And these were part of the problem. But going into the issue of the sex for competitive sport and all of that, I think the video you played showed a boxer and another female boxer as well have sex proud, and then later to determine the indicators.
Yeah.
Now, what showed was that there was quite a slight, improvement in the readings regarding the speed, the power, punching, and all of that. But then this was 12 years ago. When you check it, this was 12 years ago, and since then, the literature has been updated. And also that experiment was only a one-off. That's only a one-off experiment that they did, because you would need to do experiments over a certain period of time to be able to form a consensus that this actually could be replicated over time, over different locations, with different people. And so we must bear that in mind, that was just a setup for one or two entities.
Yeah.
Now, the literature going forward is that having sex proud to playing a competitive sport, and then not having sex proud to that game, proud to playing that game, there isn't any significant change. There's no difference. If you had sex or you didn't, it's not a key determinant in your performance on the field. When you check it out, that's the latest findings, that different case studies that were done over different countries with different athletes recorded. So the fear that most of our coaches and all had, that you'll be giving your strength to a woman, is unfounded. They can have sex proud, a day proud to that competitive sport, but the key thing was that you must rest. You must have a good rest. After having had the sex, you, the athlete, must rest over some hours before game time.
Yeah.
And so if you're able to do that, your body recovers and you have no problem. The problem is if you have sex 2 hours to game time, then there is a problem, because your body has not had time to sleep, your cells have not had time to rejuvenate, your muscles, and so you are going to be lethargic. You cannot perform to the level that you knew that you could perform to. 2 hours sex to game time is problematic. Having sex the previous night with your partner and sleeping till the next day, you have no problem.
That's Mystic Mike, editor for blackpepper.com. Today we're talking about the myth around sex before game. But before we take a break, let's watch the video put together by the sports scientists of Rock Boy 1138. They did a research sample. They initially did the research on a male boxer, and then they moved to a female boxer. Let's watch what came out from that experiment. All right, so you watch the experimental video put together by Rock Boy 1138, sports science about the myth surrounding sex before game. This is GhanaWeb Mundia, and today our topic has been no sex before game. A lot of countries have rules surrounding this particular issue. When we come back, we will take you through the rule. In Brazil, they've won 5 FIFA World Cup. Brazil is the most successful country in the history of football. We'll take you through the rules in Italy, Germany, England, Spain, Australia, and our neighbors, Nigeria. We will look through their rule for sex before game. My name is Joel Leshen, and we'll be back after the break. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching GhanaWeb Mundia right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we're talking about the myth around sex before games. And then we are doing this because of the Black Stars. After the 2019 AFCON, the story was the players sneak girls into their hotel rooms, even a night after the game against the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. Same thing happened in Cameroon after our abysmal performance saw us exit the competition from the group phase. Now, they say if you want to make rules, you look at the best practices that is being done elsewhere concerning the big countries, because we are going to play in the FIFA World Cup. And then these are some of the samples we put together per what happened in the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. If you go to countries like United States, England, Switzerland, Italy, Netherlands, Uruguay, and Australia, they say sex is good. So as far as you are not raping or forcing anybody, sex is good. And in these countries, United States, they've not won a World Cup before. By England, they've won. Italy, they have 4 World Cup. And then Uruguay, they won the first edition. They have 2. When we go to Spain, they've won a World Cup in 2010. Germany, they have 4. These 2 countries, they say they don't have a problem with sex before sex in camp or something like that. Just that you cannot do it a night before their game. So if Germany, they have a game tomorrow, you cannot have sex tonight. When you go to Russia, Chile, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mexico, they've done nothing in football. They say no to sex. Once you are in camp, from that 1-month period, if you are a man, try. France deals with frequency, type, and the timing. So France, they won the 2018 World Cup. They are saying they don't have a problem with sex before game, but it's the frequency of the sex, the type, can't well raise your legs, something like that, and then the timing. The timing, I think that was what Mystics spoke about, maybe 2 hours before the game. And then you go to the most successful country in the history of football, Brazil. They have 5 FIFA World Cup. They say that sex, do it all the ways that you want. Anyhow you want it, just do it, but not acrobatic sex.
Okay.
So that is Brazilians' rule on sex. Then we go to our neighbors, Nigeria. They too, they don't really have a problem with it. But their problem is with who you are doing it. Per what I read, they think that sex with your wife has been ordained by God, Allah.
They don't want to lose show in the
Yes,
in the
so
camp.
once it's your wife, they don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
By your girlfriend or any other lady, mbano, you know go work. Belgium, they were in the semi-finals of the last World Cup. Their rule is that the World Cup is 1 month. For the first 3 weeks, you cannot have sex. So meaning that the first 3 weeks of their campaign in Russia, Eden Hazard, Lukaku, and the likes couldn't have their way through. But in the semi-finals, which was after the 3rd week, they were allowed to do that. And when we come to Ghana, no.
The rule is no.
No. So these are some of the best countries in terms of football. Their rule about sex we put together. For this time around, I'll start with the mistake.
For the Samba boys, there couldn't have been any other choice. Brazil is a carefree, free bird country. And they are naturally gifted. Their players are born with it. What are you going to teach Romario, Rivaldo, Ronaldo? What are you going to teach them? That is it. Romario wanted to travel to go for a festival. The coach said, give me 2 goals, you can go halftime. Gave him 3 goals in 15 minutes or so and flew a plane. That's how good they are. And so for Brazil, their flair is there. They will give it to you. They will give you the results. Leave ourselves life alone to us. Let's do our thing. The problem many teams have with sex and all that is, one, the chaos that comes with married players who go to tournaments and have an appetite to sleep with hookup girls and prostitutes. Okay. That's the problem. So everybody knows you're a married man. You've come to tournament in a country. You want to sample the offerings.
You came with the other baby girl.
Exactly. No, they don't come with the other baby girl. They sometimes even go to the host countries, and then sample the offerings of that tournament and that country and all that. That's the problem. It is there they are going to sample different countries, Russian ones, British ones. So, and then there must be discipline in camp. Okay. If there's no discipline, there's no code to be followed. And we have 2 players in a room, and you go and bring an Olo show in the room. Where do you want your other occupant to go?
You go to the other boys and pitch.
So therein lies the problem. Okay. How long are you going to last, and how are you inconveniencing that fellow? If he doesn't subscribe to your way of life, he's going to
becomes a problem.
Exactly. And then rumors will start flowing in camp. And it is not healthy for a team that has been trying so long to achieve a laurel in decades, both on the African front and on the global stage. And so that's the key problem I find. Managers of countries that say no, they want to avoid all these issues. Because if you are not able to manage it, it derails all the planning, all the financial investment that has been done, only because of pleasure.
Obani, if you hear that the most successful countries in the world in terms of football, Brazil, England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, they don't have any rule banning sex. And those who are not successful, Russia, Mexico. As for Bosnia, they've never qualified for the World Cup before. If you compare these 2 scenarios, what impression do you get?
Yeah, I know there's a saying that goes that we learn from the best, but then we cannot dispute the fact that Ghana is a highly religious country. You get what I'm saying?
Are we religious than
I don't reckon.
No, wait, I'm going to come to that. So I know in sports there's a you do drug tests and stuff like that. Yeah. So in countries that claim that you cannot have sex 3 weeks to the game and stuff like that, how do you check if the player got some?
Since they are saying you don't, and you know sometimes when we say don't, but there is a rule or we've given a timeline, I think that most times people obey, because I know that after the 3 weeks,
because it's teamwork.
It's teamwork.
Fine, if that's the case, fine. But then, as Cranium said in the song, nobody has to know that me and you have, get what I'm saying. So we have to understand. When I bring it to the case of Ghana, right? Yeah. We've tried so many times to win the AFCON. It's not like they don't have motivation when it comes to money. They have the money. Yeah. They have the support. They have me, girls, women rallying behind them, but still no show. So it's about time you sit down. Sometimes you need to make some sacrifices. There are sometimes you need a job. You want something very dear to your heart. What do? We've been told that you have to take some days off, fast, pray, ask God, go deep, into your heart, go down on your knees and ask him for, and then we always have a breakthrough. I'm very religious, I'm a Christian, so I'll say it that way. So if the Black Stars have tried everything possible, including the love that they have, the support, the money and everything, and it's not working, just maybe, see, you can get sex, you can get the love making any time of the day. And then these players are big time. Sometimes they even have to drive these ladies away. So what will happen if you dedicate just that month to, you know, going down. You know, I know that the team, they pray and all that. Yeah. Muslims, there's a mixture. But then they come together to pray, commit the game into the hands of God before the start. So, what try A, no what try B, and work here. I would advise that. To hold
but so with this point, are you trying to say that if you are a married man and you are fasting, you don't have to have sex?
See, sex is married. You means you're married. God recognized that marriage, so then it's free. But then I know that some pastors, when maybe they have big events, their wives, you know, wives of pastors, they understand that, oh, my husband is in that realm. So, oh dear, let's put the sex on. Not to say that sex is bad.
So I want to get the point. Whether sex affects your spiritual life, even if you are in it.
For someone who is very spiritual, as I know as Christians, there are sometimes where you go down deep in your closet, then that's when you let go of certain things. You know, we can't wait. If you really want something from your father, you really want something from God, and then you are still sinning back to back. How would you get? But in the case of married people, I'm telling you that pastors who have major events, they go like this. Okay, I'm not going to have sex. Not to say that God has not said you can't have sex, so they can. But then they know that, okay, I'm dedicating myself to this thing, so I'm going to put everything aside just because I want this. And then it happens. I have put in, like, you know, it's real because I'm a believer. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying that if you tried A, you've tried B, and it's not working, maybe you can say, because it's not like the sex you're not going to get. You can get it anytime. So it's just an advice. If indeed the team, you've said that, okay, fine, we're going to put sex on hold. And then it's a collective thing. Maybe we are, 3 days faster, my boys. Now you're going to have
yes,
drama.
But,
and then they went cheating.
No, but I see, the 3 day fasting, because I think last month on the 23rd,
they declared national fast.
22nd and 24th, they declared national fasting for every Ghanaian, whether you are home or abroad, that we should pray for the Black Stars, because our target is to get to the semi-finals of the Mundial, and that I can't imagine how that day will mean for Ghanaians, or for Ghanaians, even if it is not the Black Stars who get to the semi-finals, but any other African team, because that is a feat that we are yet to achieve. I was saying that, so if we are fasting and I'm a married man and my wife needs me, am I going to say that, Charlie, I did fast too, so I don't go?
Oh, no, it's an understanding.
Since in the eyes of God, once you marry, sex is not a sin.
No. You can have it anytime. That's what I'm saying, that it's a personal decision. Okay. Sometimes you give away something to gain something. It is true. What I'm saying, a believer will not discredit it, because they're like, okay, it happens. Sometimes when we are in that moment, when we are in that realm, we have to, you know, be holier in all aspects. Not to say that sex is bad, when in the case of you being married.
Which country was concerned with the type of sex? That was France. France.
I think France is, and they say the frequency.
Type.
The type.
I'm interested in the type because
and the timing.
The France makes a valid case, because there are many types of sex that one can have. If I'm a pro athlete and tomorrow I have a crunch game, the previous night I want to have sex with my partner, would I lie down and let her perform fellatio and then ride me? Or
relax, which one is the fellatio?
Oh, that's BJ. Or am I going hard and like press up, pounding her team to say team fufu? Or am I going adventurous and carrying her, and in the process damaging a rib or cracking? Exactly. So the type that they mentioned is very, very key. As a pro athlete, before crunch game, let's say Ghana, we managed to.
Okay, so let me give you an example. Like maybe in our first game, we draw with Portugal, we beat, or maybe we lose to Portugal, we beat South Korea, and our final game against Uruguay, we don't. If we avoid defeat, we qualify to the next stage. Is that a particular time?
So a player of the Stars, for instance,
like Kudus or Thomas Partey.
Good. You already, these two players are injury prone.
Yeah.
and let's say you took your wives along. Let's just say their wives were in camp, and then maybe the night before, crunch game away in him, you say, oh, you know, release stress. Then you could do a party already that you are on one leg already. You are going to do the deed. You won't lie down for madam to do everything. Then you say, oh no, I'm feeling energetic. You are going to carry madam. Then you hear, kudos. Or party already. Then we hear they say, oh, previous night, domestic injury, domestic accident. Then the whole Ghana will be on fire. About domestic, what happened in that domestic house?
Do men have sustained injury during the process? Let's be real.
People even have.
See, so you're saying that in that crucial game where we were looking forward to qualifying to the next stage, we have accepted that sex releases, it reduces anxiety level. So in that crucial game, if you want to get some, why not? You get what I'm saying?
No, it's the vigorousness of it. That's what I'm saying.
Be gentle.
Exactly. So if it's a gentle sex, be gentle. If it's a gentle sex, fine. But not when our hopes, our aspirations, our money, everything is on that game. Then you say you want to be adventurous. My brother, please.
No, maybe he's a pro at it. When you're good at something, it's hardly that you're going to break a leg or a rib or whatever.
People have had muscle pull from having sex. Paula.
It will go. With time, it will go. It's not going to last you 3 hours.
Okay, so already imagine that 2010, that game against you.
Jan
missed the penalty.
Oh,
baby. Then it came out that
a BBC interview came out. They went to FIFA.
Yeah.
They went to his home and said, baby, what happened with the penalty? He said, my brother, I don't know how that ball went up.
Yes. And I'm saying that imagine it came out
that the previous night exactly.
It's going to be bad.
It's going to be very bad for him. Because he said he himself, he cannot explain how the ball went there.
All right, so you're still watching GhanaWeb Mundial. Today we are discussing the myths of no sex before the game. Our last topic on this, then we go. From my reading, I realized that the aspect, they say that sex before football or any other sporting discipline does not affect your performance. But then that cross sex is into two. Bad sex will mess up your day. And then good sex
can alleviate, can make things better,
enhance your performance. Bruni, how will you, as a player, how will you know that at that particular point, the sex you're going to have
is terrible,
will end up in a terrible way that you won't be satisfied?
No.
So if you have sex with your wife is someone you've been having sex with, and you know that sex is good with her, why would you risk it and say, oh, maybe I met a lady in Qatar, so maybe I'm just going to crash with her? Invite that lady who excites you. Invite that woman who knows your sport, who knows how to do you better than anyone else. And then do with that person. With that, you are assured. But if you just want to carry, you get what I'm saying? You want to carry it, maybe that person, anything could happen. She can come to your room and take your watch or whatever. Then you are thinking, woo, this is my customized watch. I lost it. You don't have a clear mind. So it's always safe to do it with someone who is recognized that as your wife.
All right, so you are saying that
that would be a good sex.
Because good sex enhances your performance or
reduces
maintains your energy level, and in order not to risk having sex that you end up not being satisfied, it's better to do with someone you already know.
Yeah, because you, the player, in your mind, you want to clear things off. Yeah. You want to feel revitalized, energized. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So you know who does it better for you. You know who sex is good.
Well, wives give bad sex too.
No, I'm saying.
Wives give bad sex.
So if you know your wife gives you bad sex, why you go and say you want to have sex? Then just go play the game and come back. I'm not going to say you should find a replacement because I'm not going to be finding my husband go somewhere and say, you know, I give bad sex. And so you're going to
wives give bad sex all the time,
yeah,
Paula.
So then, don't say you
just
want
play your
sex.
football.
Just go play football.
Just play your football.
Exactly.
Mistake.
Yeah.
How do you maneuver your way through? Because in in the case of France, they are saying the frequency is also a problem. So maybe they are expecting you to maybe 1. Then you sleep.
You know, they are called the Love City, Paris. They call the Love City.
Then maybe you also know yourself that maybe as a guy, you've never been satisfied with one.
I have to go 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you go about it?
Well, I think in the light of other countries banning sex, totally.
Well, we have Russia, Chile, Bosnia, and then Mexico.
So if I'm an athlete, I'm a French footballer, having realized that other countries are even banning their footballers prior to games, and our federation has told us to have 1 or 2 rounds. I mean, we should be thankful with that. Even though I can go 4 rounds, I'll manage the 2 for the sake of the tournament. Exactly. For the sake of the tournament.
You should manage.
Just to keep me going. You know, the oil needs to be changed. So when the tank is getting full, just change the oil. Let the car move on. Later, we can do full running.
After the win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
After the win.
Exactly.
All right. Now, ending the show, let me ask your final words for the Black Stars. Would you advise them to stay off, just comply with the rules? 1 month, go to Qatar, play your game, and come back. When you come back,
it's in their best interest, because the lessons have not been learned, Joel. I do not think this GFA, the Okreku, what's the GFA's president name? Ket Okreku. Yeah. I don't think he appreciates the concern Ghanaians have with these Black Stars. From the Kwesi Nyantakyi misdeeds, I don't think he takes seriously the reservations Ghanaians have about their money issues, their money engineering. They are not coming forth with disclosures. And Ghana is in a very tough space, as you know already. Ghanaians are suffering. And this is the time for austere measures. This is the time that I think they voted $25 million for this campaign.
Yeah. As it stands now, the sports minister says they know the budget, but he's not going to
exactly. But Nanado
until after the tournament
previously had said, I think 25 million was to be devoted for this campaign. $25 million.
I just need 1, and then
comparing,
you won't see me again.
Compare this to other footballing states and their monies they voted for this campaign. And that's not only all. That's not just that. The bonuses that Ghana pays to its players per match appearance and per wins is high on the ladder compared to other much advanced footballing states. And then give us the budget to you as it stands till the tournament concludes.
Yeah, so
for you, the players, for it to come out, because journalists will be there.
Yeah.
If Ghanaians get to hear again that you have gone to ship in girls,
and then we don't get the results
from UAE, from Dubai, and they should be wary. They should be careful that where they are going to, it is illegal to sleep with somebody's wife or to sleep with someone you're not married to. They should be very guarded. Because this is not just any African country, any European country, any American state. This is, you're going to the Emirates. And they have to be very careful indeed. Lest they scupper any chance they would have had in advancing through the group stage. Because as it stands, we will be counting our stars if they go exceed the group stage. Yeah. The preparation has been abysmal. It's been shrouded in secrecy. Players that ought to be on board have not been included. And the favoritism, the player management, advancement of our players so that we can make money still continues unabated. And it is quite worrying, Joel.
All right, so we had Mystic. He says, just go and play your game. Because one thing Ghanaians do not want to hear is another report of players, bringing in girls when we don't get it. When we get the results, nobody cares how you got there. Bruni,
My advice to the boys is very simple. I will say that currently the Black Stars, we have the finest players. I've seen some of them, and then at club levels they're doing so great. Yeah. I would say that these players are not teenagers. They know what they are about. You get what I'm saying? So I will leave it to them. Sometimes when you're mature, I'm like, okay, I leave you to make the best decision. So we should trust the men. But then I don't want to hear another scandal. Women sneaked in. This girl that. It doesn't do us, as the women, it doesn't do us right. Enough of that. You the player will walk away, but that woman, that scar is still there, and I don't want to see that. As I will say it again, Cranium said it, nobody has to know that me and you, we have done something. So please, protect the women's dignity, protect your dignity. And besides, I don't want to hear anything like, a woman coming to say that I was raped and all that. We know how these rape charges and allegations affect the player's career. So please and please, go play your football. Come back safely, win the trophy, and let's jubilate. You don't want any scandal. You know how these people sometimes they behave. It might be consensual, but at the end of the day, they say that you raped the person. And of course, if you check and everything shows that there was penetration, you are messed up. So please, let's play safe. Playing safe means you can put the sex on hold if you can, and just win the trophy for us.
If you can't, beat your meat.
No masturbation.
Because of your love for the Black Star, let me ask you 30 seconds. Do you think this World Cup will go well for us?
I'm not thinking it will go well.
Allah.
And that's on period.
Allah.
Period.
Please.
I trust my boys.
Note it down. That's Amabroni, host of Most Encados, Nkomo, and then Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. His father named him Paulina Opoku. But she said we should call her
Paula
Amabroni. Ama with double M.
Exactly.
And that's Mystic Mike, editor of BlackPepper.com. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundia. We wish to see you more often on the show, especially when the show begins, the World Cup proper begins, so that if things do some way, we will see the reaction of Amabroni. So we are in Ghana, and there is a rule, and Mystic is telling the Black Star players, we don't want any scandal. The same with Amabroni. It's just 1 month. If you don't have sex, you are not going to die. Today, we discuss the myth of no sex before game. Let me hear from you. What do you think about this particular topic in our comment section and all our social media handles, just with the hashtag GhanaWeb Mundia. My name is Joel Leshen, and thanks to the entire production crew, Kwame Adom and Hazel, for putting this amazing show together. Until we meet again, we come back on your screens on Monday as we discuss the expectations of Ghanaians, whether they think the Black Stars can make it out of the group. Because personally, I think that I'm only afraid of South Korea, and then I know Korea, they are going to play us without Son Heung-min. So I know that we are going to qualify from the group. What do you also think? Until we meet again, enjoy the rest of our programs and enjoy your weekend.